Hey, yo, lesson here, baby.
fight is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning. Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe Grand Finals. The 8 best teams from Europe West and Middle East and Africa have progressed from regional playoffs to the final stage. And now they come up against 8 of the best sides in the region. The Grand Finals will be held over 2 weekends, from April 29th to May 1st, and from May 6th to May 8th. This is the final step. One last push to fight for the $250,000 prize pool and the PCS6 Europe title. Don't miss a second of the action. It's all live here. Every knock, every shot, every frag. Bring it on.
Circle, sort of phase 4, phase 5 in these tactical battles. Right now, though, we're going out of El Pozo. NAVI spotting HOWL, and this is, oh my goodness, this is like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, such a smart play from NAVI. Let's make that Gems able to get the response from the other side. Though tries to peek on over. Zensen, how much more damage can he do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive, goes out. Heroic, I thought it was going to be them against SKADE come end of the game, but no, Zensen able to fight the double.
And then Pixel was just waiting for Code Marco to get into the car, and that was a hilarious play. Code Marco, you have to feel sorry for him there, but Pixel, the tenacity. M249, I don't need to reload. I've got bullets for days, says Pixel. Can't quite get the final one off, but if he did, that would have been insane. Wow.
We talk about the element of surprise and could not have been utilized any better. Now, in the meantime, FAZE try and rotate their way out into this one. Surprise, surprise. Here comes ENCE.
Oh my god, that is not something you want to see. And unfortunately, Mika goes down at very best now on the left side of your screen. Lukarux looks like he didn't quite catch the angle from the Mad. And that means he's down as well. Only one player left up. That's QB. He's gone for the in-smoke res of Nailap. Might go for Evas as well. I think Nailap will go for Evas while QB tries to find another angle. Grenades coming into the smoke now. They might get a double. They have to be wary here. What can Entropiq do?
Could be a nice flank here for him. I think the audible cues will come through, but doesn't matter. Spots the first one, headshot, body shot to follow. Gets one down, two down. No, Tuster able to turn on that one. Solid play coming through. Did not expect him to come out victorious.
Oh, and this is going to be a huge uphill battle for Heroic. They have to move in across the plains, and unfortunately, they have to do it while fighting multiple teams.
Everyone's got their eyes on the Heroic team on the other side. Code Marco, though, able to stay alive for now, faring better than Gluttony as a solo player here. Here comes SKADE pushing out from the other side, though. Page fight.
Currently resulting in knocks, using their smokes quite conservatively as well. To try and maximize the amount of time that they need to use them later on. And Smash now finds Matulans again from the back. That's 2 from BBL. Advantage them.
Ketpa finds the second as well. That is insane. The fact that they like that the trapped and spring tries essentially on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one of the receiving end of the majority of the damage there. Ketpa does find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. 1v3, they don't take a single casualty.
Only tangible hill to everyone else fighting for this hard cover here, even though it's on the edge. Jeems coming in against Corexi, but a beautiful nade finishes off Jeems and arguably saves Corexi there. That said, Mexi will be able to lead. Jesus Christ. I would get the next knock to buy themselves a bit of time to keep running. Hibaka also reasonably close to the edge. Code Marco, though, from behind. Now it's a 3v1. All eyes on Hibaka.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It is day number 5 here of PCS6 Europe as we now figure out as we're in the last hurdles here for all of these teams to gain themselves points and gain themselves a championship. Over in Asia, China might have made a huge gap against South Korea. However, Here in Europe, we have our own gap. It is Entropiq, sat all the way up at the top, blasting out of control. Will anybody be able to challenge them here in the next 2 remaining days? My name's Kalaris. I will be your host throughout these next 2 days, and we have got ourselves Froz and Toby to bring in the action here at the analysis desk. Guys, so far so good for Entropiq. They are sitting pretty, Froz, looking very powerful and looking poised to take the championship.
Oh, I'm muted, but yeah, there we go. So, well, this is the first time, yeah, we've seen them on the top here, but yesterday was the first time that we saw them being kind of mortal, and they only got themselves 30 points, which is, for Entropiq, well, I mean, it's still a pretty decent amount of points, but for Entropiq so far, from what we've seen from him, that is pretty much a low point.
Yeah, for sure. Toby here, everybody's hoping for a little bit more of a slip up here from Entropiq, as yesterday, obviously, we saw the likes of BBL, Liquid, Heroic. I mean, Heroic might be a little bit too far out now, but, you know, some of these teams up towards the top, they're hoping for that slip up, and likewise hoping for a good day themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it would add more entertainment value, I suppose, that they're all kind of clawing for that first place spot right up until the final match. But to be honest, I mean, the lead or the buffer that Entropiq has been able to set up for themselves, well deserved to start things off. But also at the same time, as Frost kind of alluded to, we saw them being mortal. We've seen that in the past as well. And as phenomenal as week 1 was for Entropiq, I must say that 10 games still to play. I mean, this is a very, very long 30-game endeavor, and I would never, I mean, even for NLT 2021, when they were kind of the Entropiq of right now, I wouldn't assume that they could either. I mean, any one team to play that consistent through 30 games, you're bound to have slumber games and slumber days. It's what those other teams do on your bad day. And yesterday, I mean, as we talked about, BBL, those teams, I mean, Heroic as well, they farmed when they had a chance to, and if they continue to do it today, we're going into a close final day.
Hopefully. All right, but before we get to that, of course, there has also been a tournament going on within a tournament. It's been the Fantasy League over at twire.gg. And you know what? So far, so good for that Ginger Man. Right there here, Froz. Currently #1 out of the talent. What do you think about that?
Well, you know what Martin would usually say, right? Even a broken clock is going to be right twice a day. So, yeah, sure, you're going to be right sometimes, but, you know, it's not over yet. We still have 2 more days to go. And looking at things, we have a few teams that is giving it all right now. So, wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the teams stick out a little bit. They've been saving up the energy, giving 125% today and tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. Very rarely am I correct. You know, I just won every single Super Weekender in PGC, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I still beat you.
Overall, you know what? The rank decisions were weird, all right? Anyway, moving on. We have got my team looking all right. I think Ivers has really done a lot of the heavy lifting for me. But meanwhile, Toby, come on, justify it. What's going on with your team?
I think that for starters, I joined Team Double Dip alongside Frost and Joe, and it's a dangerous road to traverse. But I must say that my kind of value pick in Perfectix, again, goes back to NLT not having performed the way that we would have wanted them to. And whenever they have lost players early, yesterday that kind of turned to be Petulance, but Perfectix has been the player to go down early in quite a few of their games, so he hasn't netted a lot of points. But I mean, Double right now sitting at, I think it's still top 6 within kind of value for money, being such a cheap pick. And then that was just, I mean, I didn't want a double dip essentially, but James being, in my opinion, the best pick for his value, and then Vant the same thing. I was like, I kind of felt like I had to. Of course, I mean, hindsight knowledge is always great. Yes, there were other people at the same value that fared better, but yeah, I had to go.
And meanwhile, languishing down towards the bottom, it's Frost. Talk to me, mate.
Okay, not really all the way towards the bottom, let's be honest. But yeah, my team has been a little bit in shambles, of course. The first time I don't pink Gustav on my fantasy team, and he's popping off. So yeah, I guess I made a mistake there. I double dipped, of course, on Liquid, and I have both VOD mix. I feel like that's a no-brainer. That's 2 great players. Of course, they're not always going to be the heavy fraggers, but for the value, they can actually pop off. Then I have, of course, Perfectix with NLT. What we're talking about, back-to-back-to-back champion here, or in the EU region, back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back champion. And then you have Smash. He's always gonna be there. He's always been putting up those numbers no matter what is happening. But so far, he's been going on a little bit quiet. But yesterday we saw him pop off a little bit, and I'm hoping to see more today.
Yeah, just 42 points behind, of course. Number one here for us. Maybe we'll see you catch up. But actually, funny enough, did you see that on your statistics? Both Vard and Mexi had almost exactly the same, actually, exactly the same points and almost exactly the same damage. Exactly the same kills. Survivals, obviously, because they probably won those 2 games. But that's insane, actually, that they're on almost exactly the same numbers here for your double dips.
Yeah, it's 24 damage difference between them. That's the only thing. Everything else is the same in terms of the points for the fantasy league. So yeah, I mean, it's still very solid picks in my opinion.
Oh, I completely agree. It's just, you know, sometimes these swings and roundabouts, I guess. But here is Zbala's team. Last time I announced that his was the best team, it was a few days ago. It changed from, I think, day to day, but then once again, we're back here. As I think for the most part, it's fair to say here, Toby, that Nalub, if you didn't pick him, I don't think you're getting up towards the top.
We kind of talked about it prior to going live. I think Nalub has more points on his own than I can put any of my 2 best players together to add up to. I mean, that's just... It's insane what he's been able to put up this game, and it's every single time we go to him. There's never... I think I've caught him miss 5 bullets, and we've been on him a lot while casting these matches. He's just hitting headshots all over the place.
Yeah, just crazy performance coming out from him, and of course the entire Entropiq roster, who right now are staring down the championship unless anybody can do anything about it here in the next 2 days. Let's take a look at those standings, in fact, and see how it all shapes up. Right now, Entropiq is almost 40 points ahead of second place. It is going to be a task and a half for us here for teams to catch up, but if Entropiq does trip up, it is possible.
It is possible for sure, but yesterday we saw Entropiq, as I told earlier, having a blunder of a day with only 30 points. But then again, you have the teams who was just behind them. You had teams like FAZE and ENCE, NLT. None of those actually gathered a lot more points. So they didn't actually take the opportunity. Well, they couldn't really because of the games to actually catch up. But on the other hand, BBL, they got themselves 68 points and just rocket propelled themselves up there to the moon, basically. They're on the way there right now. So I'm hoping that we can see more from BBL right now with the performance we saw from yesterday, with the performance we've seen then from G-Loot Season 5 coming in here to PCS, how much better it's been coming. And I mean, it's a team who's been working with basically 2 different playstyles, because for G-Loot Season 5, they changed half of the roster and their coach as well. And that is a big change. And they had some problems figuring out, okay, what kind of playstyle do we want to do? But it looks like they're getting further and further on and trying to figure more and more out. And it's looking good, I'd say, so far.
That is fair. Toby, do you think anyone besides BBL is going to be able to potentially catch up here to the Entropiq stronghold?
I think there's a fun statistic, and we always like to talk about how much damage a team does. I've recently started looking a lot more at how much damage a team takes. Because right now, Entropiq, again, off of how much they're fighting, are currently the team that not only has done by far the most damage, but they're also the team that by far has taken the most damage. And 2 of the teams that between all 16, 2 of the teams that has actually taken the least, I believe they're sitting in 2nd and 3rd right now, that's Liquid and Heroic. Despite the fact, I know they're not sitting in 1st place right now, they're sitting at 6th and 7th, but that goes to show that they're risking a lot less, in my opinion, when they do go out to fight. Because Entropiq, yes, they can go out and farm, but when they don't, they also fall off early because they fight a lot more. So if they continue to take those fights and not get out on top the same way they've been doing so far in yesterday, if Liquid and Heroic can play the same style where they don't take damage but manage to find kills regardless, statistically they should be kind of winning out more.
There's a thing to go with this though. Heroic is currently sitting on 74 kills. That is not a lot when we're talking about Heroic. We usually know them fight a lot more, get a lot more kills on board. But if you look on Entropiq on the other hand, 139 kills. That is almost double the amount what Heroic has. So of course you always gonna take more damage because they're taking more risks, they're taking more fights, but they're also winning so many more fights, and they're playing it so well when they're taking those fights. Almost every time they're setting themselves up for a victory.
All right, let's get into it then. Game number 1 of the day, match 21, as we head over to Hypoc and Jorisar for the Grassy Pastures.
Thank you very much, James. It's match 21, game number 1 of today, the penultimate day here of PCS6. We've got, I'm going to call that a 10 o'clock to a 6 o'clock playing path to start us off. A little bit of a Western skew to begin. My name's Jorisar. With me is HYPOC. I cannot wait for these games to get started. And HYPOC, it's been a hot minute as well. How are you?
It has. Well, actually, only a week, but I guess a while since we've been together. But yeah, definitely excited for this to get off to I guess a fiery start today, because yesterday felt a little slow in terms of the contenders we obviously had our eyes on. I mean, I know Froz touched on it briefly with Entropiq trending down a little bit. Our eyes immediately draw to some of these teams to close the gap, right? FAZE being the first one to obviously look at in that regard, but BBL yesterday, Joro, I mean, currently they are actually tracking ahead of Entropiq's week 1 performance, which is just insane to think about.
It's certainly something else, isn't it? The desk also mentioned, of course, Entropiq trending down a little bit with a 30-point day. The problem is their lead is such that if they just had 30-point days today and tomorrow, in order for anyone to overtake them, we'd need 55-point days from everyone else. Yeah. And that is the strength of their week 1 performance. But you're right, we don't want to use that to take away from teams like BBL, who've had a phenomenal day. The question in my mind, though, is how much of this is momentum based? We're expecting some teams to maybe be a little bit boom or bust. Entropiq weren't like that. They started running and they kept going. So I want to know, can BBL keep up the momentum today?
Well, that's the thing. You're obviously talking about the average points per game, which is the best kind of gauge for this. I think you're absolutely right. Entropiq's wasn't a peak, right? It wasn't as if it was right, you know, fluctuating. If yesterday's performance from BBL was an anomaly, so to say, then I mean, look at it. They've only really tied up with FAZE, who are still 40 odd points behind here. So well done that they can carry that across to today. I mean, it's definitely where I've got my eyes on. These are the teams that we have to now actually consider real contenders. You look towards ENCE and NLT. We're requiring Entropiq to once again trend down massively for them to become contenders here. But I mean, still a decent amount of games left to go. It's definitely doable for them.
Well, let's paint a story here, right? You take a look at the ENCEs, the NLTs, the Team Liquids of the world. They're what, a good 60, 70 points back? But what's 60 or 70 points? It's 2 big kill chicken dinners and a couple of points here and there. It's possible. There are 10 games left to go. Nothing is out of reach. Heroic started the tournament, for example, very much on the back foot. Look where they are now, and they could be charging people down depending on which version of the team shows up today. So all sorts of exciting storylines to follow, as Gustav might be helping us write the first one.
Sure, it's the worst possible. Actually, he had the SLR in the back pocket here with an 8x. Unfortunate not to have that equipped, but I don't find any damage on the way out.
I thought that honk was premature.
You can see the smile from Gustav as well. He's like, yeah, man, fair enough.
There was a world there where Slippy Zerg honked and then got knocked. That's all I'm saying.
This has happened a few times, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Slippy has dipped his toes, or at least tested out contesting this early on here, which is, I guess, why we see Gustav with a grin on his face there.
Here's Team Liquid, one of the teams that we're looking really to see if they can step it up and get a couple of big chicken dinners today. They've had a decent tournament so far. They've got some wins as well, importantly, but I almost feel like in Team Liquid's case, HYPOC, they haven't really found the rhythm, if that makes sense. When they're good, they're really good, and when things aren't going their way, more often than not, they've been 1 or 2 players down going into the mid game and struggling just a little bit. But when you get all 4 of them in the end game working together as a unit, they're so much fun to watch. I just want to see that more often, you know?
I mean, it still comes back to the age old with Liquid for me, and it's that feast or famine. The consistency is that's what's tough to achieve, right? And hopefully, actually, with Vard coming across it, no shade at all towards Ibby, but hopefully with Vard coming across, that actually should be a stabilizing factor for them. Going forward, if they can really find their feet and get into, like you said, the rhythm of maintaining this average points per game, that's when Liquid becomes scary, man.
Yep, sure. And being able to see them do it, we've seen them do it back to back before. We've seen them do incredible stuff in finals of very major tournaments. We just haven't really seen it pop off here yet. But bearing in mind, if we haven't seen that here yet and they're still in the top 6, imagine what happens if that clicks now.
So he was actually Browser Crossvex is pretty scary stats there, actually. Even just averaging the 2 kills per game, there's pretty huge. I mean, he's had some standout games individually. Obviously, FAZE. I don't want to say slow, but it's been very, very quiet for them. I mean, even really in the games where they've been pushing towards a higher placement here, we've not really seen them be the deciding factor, right? Be the ones to really take the reins on some of these end games, but it's always a possibility with that roster. Always a possibility.
It certainly is. I mean, they can sort of come out and it feels weird seeing average 2 kills per game and then just having 6,000 damage casually in there. Marco trying to vacate premises, and actually that knock to the back of the UAZ. I think that was from Vard, maybe.
Little pit
caused
maneuver.
the vehicle to slow down. Exactly. Pit maneuvered him into a position where the drive-by worked. A little bit unfortunate. Maybe genius by design. Who knows? But Liquid get their first point on the board.
Get themselves actually pretty much dead center here. Again, it's a high traffic area though, so take from that what you will. There's going to be lots of teams now actually in a position to scout over this area. Obviously, Heroic and SKADE, actually 2 of them, you've got to keep your eye on for the next couple of minutes here as they will coexist for the time being. It'd be actually close enough to hear exactly where these repositions are coming from. I don't know if they're going to set up again. It's always harder to be the ones to push uphill here, especially if Heroic have an opportunity to scout this out. A little bit of damage coming from afar, actually.
I reckon
there's one anchor actually back from SKADE here, Joro.
I think they don't want to shoot Hypoc. I don't think they want to push. I reckon they're banking on, okay, Heroic feel pretty comfortable. They start to move down the mountain, maybe just a little bit, and they catch them out and get the first knock. Because otherwise, you're right, you're facing quite literally an uphill battle.
Yeah.
So I reckon that's going to be their way in if Heroic stray too far from the summit.
Just looking actually, taking a look over towards the map. I'm not sure actually if this is even an attempt here to scout forwards here for Heroic, but happy to just sit up here for the time being. And again, a great opportunity to see the next circle, get a decent amount of information from here, especially the compounds that lie to the south.
Absolutely.
So actually the problem being if no wiki gets crashed on the backside, but Thunder actually with a little bit of a bridge camp set up here, Joro.
Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, we've seen quite a few of these before. Manages to get Gluttony, but it looks like that's going to be about it. The rest of Futbolist will be able to move on out. And yeah, I'm Futbolist, a little unfortunate there, but at the same time, a well-executed bridge camp. They get the point for it. Respect for that. Heroic, back on the hilltop. I'm not too concerned on the grounds that they're scouting. They have so much information available. I'm only worried about SKADE and no one else. And it looks like they've just revealed their position.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, actually.
A big nade coming through from Gemty, though. Not sure if that's unconfirmed damage just yet. But Correcty should have the backup from his teammates here to push, or at least stop any push coming forwards. Yeah, I actually see SKADE heading back towards the east side of Everest here. So, again, not necessarily finding what he got. Like I said, this is the key position here, the anchor down at the compound, just to feed this information across. He is missing a tire, actually, on that buggy already. So,
yep,
gonna make that reposition problematic.
I reckon what's happened here is that Curexi flew a little bit too close to the sun. SKADE opted to engage, but they didn't get the knock, and because they didn't get the knock, they're trying to disengage now.
Yeah.
That's my piecing together of events. Don't know how accurate that ends up being, but with Noik crucially as the anchor there, it means it makes it a little bit easier for SKADE to get back down off the mountain, although it's still going to be tough.
I mean, it is difficult because ENCE positioned. I mean, yes, they're in a 2-2 split between Cube and Flat Top, but it forces SKADE to play on the south side here. So they are really relying on that anchor in terms of information and control of the south side of Everest. You see now, Gemty's down in this position here. Not sure. I mean, Heroic definitely have the advantage here in numbers and position. But it looks like actually some defensive smoke's going to go down to pull Curexi back a little bit.
Remember as well, right, that whether you have the advantage or not in a position like this, you push in on another team. The question always has to be, if this fight lasts longer than 10 seconds, who might third party me? So in a one-on-one engagement here coming off of Everest, Heroic definitely have the upper hand. And now you have to think, well, who's north of Everest? Who's south? Depending on which side of that ridge I'm on, who might be shooting me while I'm trying to shift W into this weakened team? And it's not always that easy a question to answer.
I think as well, obviously the primary objective being information gathering, so
absolutely.
SKADE, if they can coexist until this circle pop, that would have been the end goal anyways. We will see whereabouts we're headed. That's going to pull pretty hard down to the southwest here, so favoring actually down towards God Compound itself. This is the west side of Chopsticks here. Actually going to be a huge migration. Immediately, Liquid and Northern Lights going to be crossing paths here.
Both potentially running into BBL and NAVI as well. This is going to be rather delicious. We're on board with NAVI right now as they move out. Now checking out Mexi from Team Liquid. They go into Gatka. BBL are right there. Slight premature stop to the vehicle thanks to a tree, but that's fine. All four of them get in, and BBL are still split. They were not ready for this. The rest of the crew might be able to get together, but right now, Team Liquid have got a very strong foothold.
We've actually got a pretty safe crash onto this side. Actually, Thunder lost right down to 5 HP here. Smash got to be the one to really slow things down here, but he's taking a load of damage. Actually returns onto James here, but down to 3 HP. Oh, Mexi pushes with the pump. What?
They want to be so quick with this. Team Liquid don't want a prolonged fight where they're just sat in buildings waiting for everyone else to move. They want to finish this quickly indeed, hence that very aggressive move onto Smash there. Mexi does get that extra point as a result. Jeems now knocked. I think the rest of BBL are far enough away that Team Liquid can now afford to regroup.
A great awareness as well, obviously, with Liquid already dealing with one member of BBL, reading this split perfectly. And again, as soon as that damage comes through onto Thunderloss, they know, Liquid know that they have an opportunity to take a 3v1, potentially 4v1 fight onto Smash. So great use of time there in the crash. Actually going to be rewarded for it. I'm not sure if they're actually going to force the issue just yet. It looks like they're trying to recover and make sure everybody's medded up comfortably there. Gustav actually putting Diggory down. Not sure if that was just a DC or what, but they're way out in the middle of nowhere. So I don't think there's any threat coming through just yet for the flush.
Oh man, this hurt. This breaks my heart. So full disclosure, Thunderlost is on my fantasy team.
That's tough. That's tough.
As is Vard as well. I don't even know if Vard at least got the kills on the rest of the team. I don't know at this point. By the end of tomorrow, of course, I will be at the top of the standings. The analyst desk can chat as much as they want. We've got more double dippers than not, which is excellent. So I don't feel like we have to defend it. But it's a little bit of struggle so far. I'm not gonna lie.
Cool. SKADE have opted to wrap through actually here. They're pulling up right into the middle of the split of Northern Lights.
Where are they? Where's the final destination though?
I don't know, because this is only 2 of them. This is literally a scouting mission here. Example going to find the knock, Fex to close it out, and Ibby now has to try and retreat here. Example trying to hit a couple more tags here, but forcing him towards the other side of Navi's split once again. Can Melman potentially find the damage here onto Ibby?
And where's Ibby going afterwards as well? He goes too much further. He then lands up with Entropiq. So really just looking for a place to go. SKADE may be slightly late to the party. And Ibby opting to rejoin the rest of his team. They're on the northeast side of the circle, a little further away from center. But at the end of the day, that's what's safe. Speaking of safe, though, Thunderlost is anything but needing to use grenades to stop Team Liquid from pushing in. He needs opportunity to get a heal off, and he is not going to be afforded that at all. Jeems finishing off BBL in 16th place.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as Liquid are given the opportunity to close out one of the remaining 2 members of BBL, they reset that, make sure that they can push through and minimize the risk they're pushing the last member.
Yeah.
Really well done by Liquid. Actually gets himself Gaka actual. Ooh, okay, at 4, but it's not going to matter too much as that's going to pull hard to the west once again here.
It is indeed. We've got a little bit of a Shrek ending coming in. Into the swamp we go, it looks like. Northern Lights pushing very, very quickly close to center circle. Only Sakura Zensen are within eyeing distance of them now at the moment. They really got it in very, very good and very early. I'm concerned for teams like Entropiq and NAVI who are a little further out to the edge, and that's why they're moving so quickly. They recognize they haven't got that advantage, but the price you have to pay for that is people will get lost on rotation, as we just see with QB.
It's really interesting to see what's going down on towards God Compound here, but jumping on with HOWL as they try and send some more shots into SKADE, who seemingly can't find a free rotation anywhere right now. That's so much damage coming through onto the UAZ.
This is rough indeed. SKADE having to move out. Oh, Pixelic, that vehicle's gonna explode as well. Needs to get away from it. Won't be able to. Doesn't even need the vehicle explosion to complete that. Techers will get the point on the board for Sakura Zensen. They've struggled so far, but they've got a pretty decent position here at the moment in this game. So we'll keep an eye on what kind of progress they can make. Meanwhile, Thunder have about a quarter of the circle to themselves, dare I say. They've got the northwest. No one wants to go up there right now. Everyone's going a bit more central, and that's given them room for a 2-2 split.
Well, the interesting thing being, I was just going to talk about this, Entropiq actually looking to push up and contest this side of the split here. Salty and Highman might find a couple of intruders inside here as...
I don't think that denies the point. Salik running over his teammate there to just get him out of the game. But to be fair, it means he's not crawling to a hay bale where it's easier to loot, so it could potentially have a benefit. Nonetheless, Road to Glory will continue to find their way into circle. As long as they stay on the outskirts, it should be fine. I'm really worried for Sakura Zensen here. Have we got the Jaws music on a soundboard somewhere? Asking for a friend.
Hyman actually almost spots Nailop out that window there, but
Oh, so close.
yeah, just actually waiting for maybe Lucarux or Evas to find some damage here to enable. That'll be the green light for Nailop to push through.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, this is tense. Someone gonna like open the door. My man's thinking about it. He's got no idea. He's right there. He does now, though. Oh my god. That was very nearly not a knock, you know.
Made a meal of it there, but finds the first knock onto Hyman here. Salty now got to go into full panic mode here as, again, his teammates cannot come up this high ground. It's not an easy transition to come back and collapse on this.
Yeah, Nixie and Tekkas basically can't help. Although Molly to get both Evas and Lucarux is rather excellent. Salty is able to buy time fantastically, and he manages to get back to the outside as well. But Lucarux anticipated the jump down, and that's half of Sakura Zensen down.
Liquid are coming up on this though. They want to try and third party. Look at the nades prepped.
Oh my god, second nade from Vard there, missing the mark, but Jeems managing to get the opening nade in. Entropiq now know they're being third party. They understand this. Excellent pre-fire onto the door, gets Jeems and Vard as well. Nail up in with support, and this third party from Team Liquid is quickly turning into a disaster.
Actually, Lucarux doesn't even go for it. Evas is going to find knock onto Clib. Mexi actually going to trade that back out. Finds a second onto Nailop as well. Evas the last man standing for Entropiq now.
Excellent. Oh, if he had cooked that and maybe Mixie would have walked slightly further towards the door, that could have been interesting. But just chucking that there. Finishing to deny the information, but Team Liquid successfully complete the third party. Only Mixie left alive, though, and they might have some more company to boot.
Actually, yeah, SKADE, the ones to push up from the swamp area. Only has two, so Mexi with a chance here to make this work. He's going to find the first knock onto Ibby for free. Still on 81 HP as well, so Jempty got his work cut out for him right now.
Do indeed.
Mexi's reposition.
This is, he's being very active. Oh my god,
HOWL
HOWL coming
up.
in as well. Wait, is this game 1 or game 6? What's going on? Unbelievable. We now have HOWL joining. This is the Royal Rumble at the moment up at the observatory. I almost don't want to look at the fight. I want to see who's coming up next. This is unreal.
NAVI are on this. Well, they're in vehicles sending it towards this hillside. Whether or not they're actually going to look to contest the top. We'll have to wait and see how far they stop. Road to Glory, meanwhile, on the north side, still engaged here. Plaza will fall. It's actually whether or not Mithralius is even going to find an angle back over the top here.
I'm surprised we're fighting somewhere that is an observatory, to be honest.
I mean, this is almost garbage time outside on the north here. Whether or not they can get these reses, and again, the vehicle cross is not going to be comfortable whatsoever. No. This circle doing a lot of damage. Lazar actually getting a little bit blocked by his teammate. Will be re-knocked by the blue here. At least the point denial comes through. Not that it should matter too much for Road to Glory sat at the bottom. BNR are actually going to come over and try and punish this.
Oh, what? Beautiful turn. Mitralius, how do you even do that? He was just in the middle of something else, looking the other way, turns around and says, absolutely not. Now we've got dead left. Road to Glory eliminated as Team Rage now face an uphill battle into the circle through NAVI. Oof.
And actually, this was a situation both ENCE and FAZE actually wrapping down onto the south side, the least congested side, and finally now in a position to fight over God Compound. Still, actually, a straight-up 4v4, I believe. Even though the knock comes through, the res pretty much uncontested here. Again, it's never comfortable to fight over this, and ENCE actually put a couple of bodies up on the rooftop. This could make it even more difficult for FAZE to try and stabilize here. They're actually going to hop back into vehicles. Can they punish this?
2 members of ENCE on the roof makes it very hard to move between the buildings, and FAZE very wisely moving due east from this, because otherwise I think I agree with you, Hypok. Zixu manages to get a knock anyway. I think if they get any direction other than east, that would have been even worse for them. I understand the decision.
I mean, the problem being, it's I don't know what vehicles
honk and get knocked?
I don't know. Yes, he did. I don't know what vehicles are available there, but it's tough that it's the buggy that gets punished. Obviously, the easiest to do so. Yeah, really unfortunate for FAZE there. I mean, they'll be rewarded with a crate, but NAVI to the north here should be repositioning towards this hillside as well.
I I feel like the meta here, the honk meta, we've had a very strange start to the game so far. I was watching some of the games earlier today, and it seems odd that sort of Asia APAC, you get phase 3s where there's like 30 players left. And then EU last week, we had what, like an almost 15-minute game where no one got knocked? And I feel like people have been taking notes. This has been bloodthirsty so far. Really, really quick pace here in game number 1.
So FaZe now unfortunately find themselves in a 3v4. I mean, if they can find Aaliyah potentially here on the low side of this hill, but you can see he's actually ready for it. Quizzy over the top, actually going to take a headshot from 8C. Aaliyah, like I said, he's defending this push right now from this low ground position. FaZe only with 1 kill.
Yep.
Get a little bit of leaderboard pressure, I say, pulling away from that fight with ENCE. They don't want to go out just yet with still 8 teams remaining.
Makes sense. They're in the placement points, but not quite where they want. If they can position themselves somewhere better for the late game, they absolutely will. Thunder moving up a very steep position there. That bounce onto the mat is actually ridiculous. And Thunder managed to get that knock. That is disgusting. Tech is trying to come in and steal the point from the other side. Still has potential to, but this is a 1v4. He needs to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. Northern Lights coming into the sacrificial altar that is Observatory. There's going to be a plaque there after the end of the PCS. They have to put it into the game.
Actually, looking back over here, I mean, Tech is still trying to hold on for dear life here, but nowhere really to go. He can't wrap on the west side of this hillside. And FaZe actually now engaged with NAVI. The nades come back through. Melman and Quizzy going to find 2 in response, though.
Very nicely done there, managing to blunt the aggression from FaZe. They were peeking, trying to get that first knock. They did get the first knock, but NAVI responding beautifully with their utility. Both sides backing off now to sort of lick their wounds a little bit, except for 8C, who's a little stuck in the open. So advantage NAVI now as they go back up to 4 alive. FaZe, unfortunately, they're going to be going out with just the 1 placement point this game.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, when they see Entropiq fall in the kill feed, that's the moment where I guess the switch is flipped and they have to go into kind of making sure that they can close that distance a little more, but nothing really else here. I mean, that's like I said, with the leaderboard pressure and as part of that decision making versus ENCE there, they don't want to play out a coin flip fight there so early on. But unfortunately, like I said, NAVI 4 strong to the north of where they pulled in. It will ultimately be their demise. Tech is still alive and kicking here, trying to put some damage onto the backside of NAVI, but example actually making the crossover here. I think he's reading perfectly that this is either a solo or duo and they can pressure back this direction.
Everybody moving back up north from NAVI. You can see with the way phase 6 is going, it just makes sense for them to group up in this direction. And now the information they want is how many players are actually pressuring us there. Tech is also coming under pressure from Thunder now as well. NAVI's herding him into a sandwich. The Thunder versus NAVI fight is what's going to happen a little later if this goes on. But in the meantime, Futbolist have found ENCE.
Well, yeah, found ENCE, found the edge of the circle, found something to try and put some points up here. ENCE still holding on to this southwest side. Odin and Lyron still up here. Actually going to find a knock onto Squeaky here. A little bit out on the far south side of this ENCE setup, but Northern Lights already flexing south out of the compound. They're looking to try and mop up some of these points, Joe.
Beautiful knock onto Nookie there. Batulans from downrange. You've got ENCE and Futbolist in this direction, so a big opportunity for Northern Lights to score some points. Perfectix mixes a couple there, but don't forget, both of these teams have to wrap into Northern Lights. So just because they don't get the kills now doesn't mean they're not going to get a second bite at the apple. Flash actually goes on both of them right now. Tiksu fighting for his life, manages to get the knock. It was actually
Perfectix to find it.
ENCE are back up, but look at how much damage the Blues doing. They have to get in and fight Northern Lights. I'm not sure they can.
No, Northern Lights perfectly timing this push out. Actually, we'll find Rust and Mart as well. Example, meanwhile, we're talking about this push back towards Tekker's up on the top side, but he will fall here. NAVI remain as forward. Now, that's key because they have a lot of space to work with now. Perfectix actually does find the knock onto Squeaky, so only one member left for ENCE. Tiksu deep in the blue now, just trying to find a consolation, but he will not get it. The blue will claim his life. ENCE will fall in 5th.
That's so close as well, because another second or two, I reckon he would have gotten Batulans there. So Batulans a little bit fortunate that the blue zone tick damage meant that he didn't go down there. I suspect his teammates would have been in position anyway, but still good to know. And now we've got several teams, NAVI and NLT, who when they lose players early, they haven't been getting the kind of results we'd normally expect of them, like, and NLT, you know, have a big name to live up to. We see them with all 4 in the final 4 teams. This bodes well for the rest of the day. I'm very pleased with this.
Definitely a good start. Again, proactive to deal with that threat down to the south of both Futbolist and ENCE. And actually will be rewarded with a little bit of space to work with, not as much as NAVI controlling this edge of the valley over on the east side, and with Quizzy actually disconnected from the rest of them, just playing information down on the south side. And Circle going to center up, so nothing really changed in terms of advantages here.
And HOWL looking to get the knocks onto Thunder. One more to come into the... Say, I want the door open. I'm going to shut it. I want it open. No, there we go. Tusta finally goes down. Eski then. He's on the top floor. What can he do? Tries to jump out the edge. Unfortunately, Hibaku was there with the beautiful angle to stop him from aggressing the same way we did before. And that's HOWL eliminated. Thunder taking them down. And if they get this revive, which I think they will, we've got 3 full teams battling it out here for the chicken dinner. NLT, by the way, just off the corner of my eye. They've got a free drop.
Actually, I mean, the more important thing is Northern Lights have actually moved up, and with this new circle now have the opportunity to gatekeep Thunder. They're inside the observatory. They have to either wrap on Hibako here on the edge, which Perfectix is going to be key in terms of holding on. But there's a potential here for both NAVI and Northern Lights to create this massive choke point here. Actually, Thunder opted to wrap the edge here.
Interesting. They're pushing...
Just as 2 right now. It's just double in Hibako.
They're committing a reasonable amount of utility to this as well, baiting out the counter from Northern Lights. So both of these teams are going to have less utility to fight NAVI, with NAVI are looking at this, licking their lips, going, yes, we've got no problem if 20 nades get exploded here. Bring it on.
Actually, Perfectix going to be under a ton of pressure here. I'm not sure actually if Batoon is going to find an angle before this happens.
Oh, that was a critical knock there. He needs to as well, because, I mean, Perfectix was sitting dead if he didn't. That gives Perfectix a little bit of room to breathe, and he might be able to come back up as well. NAVI are now starting to move closer too. If they get a shot from range, they're going to take it, and that's a problem, because I reckon they see Thunder before they see NLT.
Oh, definitely. With NAVI moving this far south, I think they'll see Northern Lights first, but, you know, Batoon is actually from that anchor position going to find Hibako.
Yeah.
Haruzen tagged up here, and Northern Lights forced very far back over to the west side here. Look at Navi's attempt here to just draw a line across the circle while this happens.
Whoever wins this is going to have to encroach properly into NAVI territory. Perfectix tries to win the duel against Double. He can't, though. Double with the AUG manages to put that one down. 5 kills so far for Northern Lights. Can they find a way to make it up this rock? And Navi still sitting, still patiently waiting, saying, guys, don't push in here. We can go from a 90% chance to win this game to a 99% chance to win this game if we play this slowly.
Where that molly is perfect. It does catch Batoons. I thought for a second it didn't. There is the second tick. Gonna find it. He does actually manage to get the first aid off. Perfectix actually gonna get flushed out. Batoons gets found in the meantime. Spyro still desperately holding on to this head peak, but no damage to write home about.
Spyro down now, only Lou alive for Northern Lights. Manages to get one more knock, but he's going to have to do more work if he wants to manage to maintain that. It's actually Melman that finishes that fight. It's time for NAVI.
Actually, Aaliyah over the top side here. The perfect setup from NAVI. Waited for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Haruzen now. Hibako just going to give it up to the blue Joro. And that will be NAVI closing out with 8 kills in game 1. I mean, what an end game from them. That was so well executed. You could see they were just waiting for the right moment, time and time again, to reposition, and they're rewarded for it massively.
Exactly right. Is there a world where they could have gone full-on aggressive and gotten 10 kills instead of 8? Yes, but why give away 10% of your chance to win the game when you can sit back and guarantee it? NAVI played that one slowly, methodically, and I thought it was pretty perfect from them. Let's go ahead and see what the desk thought of that first game. If that's anything to go by, we're in for a cracker of a day.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. Absolute textbook coming out from NAVI, holding that trigger finger steady, waiting for the opportune moment to be able to sweep up the rest of the lobby. Joining me, Froz, as well as Toby here to talk about this one. Do we start with talking about the ridiculousness of Observatory, or you know, let's talk about that in a moment. Froz, let's talk about NAVI, because they did well here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see NAVI coming back. They had a real struggle yesterday with only 11 points. So then coming in here, getting themselves 10 kill and a win on top of that. I mean, that's almost double the amount of points they were able to accumulate yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a great start for him, of course, and that is the Navi we want to see. But of course, how they were playing it out, we saw him doing the rotations, taking the east side of the circle and holding that down really well throughout the whole game, basically. And I think one of the biggest tasks was when they had FAZE coming towards them, and they literally won that fight, of course, against them, take control over that whole area, and then they just wait it out. They know they don't need to push. They know that the other teams are kind of forced to play against each other, so they're just gonna be waiting that one out. And you know, when the time is right, they just strike, and basically they cleanup crew here.
Yeah, definitely. They afforded themselves, Toby, huge time on that east flank once they'd cleared out the rest of the teams, and then for them, it was easy pickings for them.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, they played backfill essentially on the east side. As soon as we saw that third circle hard shift towards the west over towards the swarm area, they essentially just let everyone go through. And then they said, you know what, I mean, we know there's going to be chaos, which we're literally seeing right now. The chaos did indeed unfold because there was nowhere, like for all the teams that sprinted to the circle, I don't think a lot of them knew exactly where they wanted to go at that point because there's only so many places you can't go. They just see, oh my lord, it's a hard shift, we gotta go fast to get something. But then they get there and go, wait, there's nothing here because the center is a swamp. And then that's why I suppose 4 teams are supposed to go towards observatory.
And this was a very important fight for NAVI, of course, taking out FAZE on this side and then eventually being able to control that full side. All right, Froz, you know, we've looked at these highlights. Let's talk about observatory, because what, there was maybe like close to 20 body boxes in there. That was interesting.
Yeah, it was the circle itself, and basically that circle, you don't have too many places to play at. You have on the south side, you have the forest, but FAZE was basically holding that out, and they were shooting at everybody that was getting close to them. So basically forcing everybody, trying to go towards the north side. No one really wants to dip into the swamp late either, because that's going to be taken, and it's going to be super hard for you to try to get out of there as well. And then you have the north side, just the double buildings there towards the field. That was already taken by Sakura Zensen, but it's also such a bad position to play from because the observatory will have vision over you the whole time. So because of that, a lot of teams, they bunked up, they wanted to go for observatory. It is a prime position to play for, and one after one, they tried to take that. And well, they kind of did, right? Until the end when it was just HOWL standing there.
I saw that towards the end. Quizzy barely breaking a sweat for this victory. They come in with the 8 kills and get themselves plenty of points on the board with that. As we take a look at the overalls coming in from this game as well. Toby, any kind of final closing thoughts regarding the observatory? Because there was so many scenarios going on in that position.
There really was. I mean, I think it was kind of bound to happen when you look at phase 2 and how, like, the teams were spread coming into phase 3. Because as Frost said as well, because of the God Pound on the southern side being taken by FAZE already and ENCE having the entire west, you have 2 teams playing half the circle. So everyone is bunched up to the north, and there really is only that one hard cover to play around, and that's observatory. So a tricky game with little to play for.
And we take a look at the numbers coming in.
Ooh.
Double doing a 1K
like
bash. Lovely stuff. This for a Thunder here was a really big game for us. Probably the biggest game of their tournament so far, because like they were able to control that northwest side pretty nicely, then coming in towards kind of where we saw observatory. So this is a very important game from them. It'll bump them up the rankings.
Yeah, definitely a really good game for him, and I mean, racking up a lot of points as well need for the team. We know that they can do better, and we want to see a little bit more, but it's been a little bit of a struggle, but here it's looking great. And we were talking a little bit about them during the game itself, right? Toby has double on his team. He's very proud to get this one on the board, of course. That's going to be a lot of points, but no, overall, how they were attacking the observatory, taking out HOWL and taking control over that, and trying to take the high ground to play against NOT, and then using all those utilities against Batulians, for example, that was behind that tree, just molotoving him out, make sure that he is forced out of that cover, and then they just could take him out. And it is really great play to see from Thunder all over in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were talking about it whilst that game was going on. Toby, you said he was 10K, was double. We previously remember him popping off on teams like Entropiq, etc. So it's kind of almost a no-brainer. But anyway, that's by the by here, gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have more Erringel on the plate. See you soon.
Hello everyone, Nukias here. We have a very unexpected rubric for today.
Hello there, my name is Clip, and I wonder if I can guess my teammates by their voice.
I'm ready, let's go.
Siis mä luulin, kun mä näin joku sitten se ajoi yksi DA:na ja sitten kompsasta lähti. Niin mä luulin, että se tulee DA vetää sen.
I think this is Squeaker. It must be Squeaker.
Siis mä luulin, kun mä näin joku sitten se ajoi yksi DA:na ja sitten kompsasta lähti. Niin mä luulin, että se tulee DA vetää sen.
Yeah, it's Tiiksu. It must be Tiiksu.
Siis mä luulin, kun mä näin, kun siitä se ajoi yksi DA:na ja sitten kompsasta lähti. Niin mä luulin, että sieltä tulee DA vetää sen.
Make sure you drop some nades for some vehicles and stuns right now, like smokes, drop smokes for better utility, because we're gonna need to like use nades probably.
Honestly, I have no idea. I would assume it's either mixture James. Probably James, I would say.
Make sure you drop some nades for some lethals and stuns right now, like smokes for better utility, because we're gonna need to like use nades probably.
This has to be James, 100%. It sounds like James even like with all the effects, so definitely James.
Make sure you drop some nades for some lethals and stuns right now, like smokes, drop smokes for better utility, because we're gonna need to like use nades probably.
I was 100% sure I could recognize all my teammates by voice, so this was easy.
I always knew that I can guess my teammates, right? But it was not first try. It was second. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you so much for watching, and I'm gonna see you guys soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So far, so good. We have had ourselves our first game in the books, and NAVI comes out victorious. Really not having too many threats go their way, but they're looking to join that pack up towards the top here, as especially the second through, let's say, 8th place, still very much so contended for. We can take a look at the overall standings as well and see how that has shaped up so far. And yeah, we do have NAVI Toby having a little bit of a bump up now, joining, going from 9th, I think, to 7th.
Yeah, I mean, a more not by any means a quiet kill game for them, but a quieter kill game than what we've seen from NAVI in the past. And honestly, I mean, they're one good game away. Obviously not from the top because Entropiq still with the buffer, but one good game away from being part of that top 5 pack where, I mean, while you might not win the tournament itself, there is a hell of a lot of both prize money and PGC points to play for up in that top echelon. So get yourself up there as fast as possible. We know NAVI, I mean, they've had those 3 wins in a 5-game day before. So if this is the first one for them, watch out everyone else, because they could be coming full speed forward.
And we're slowly having the hierarchy of Europe kind of play out here for us. Of course, you know, 2nd through 8th, it's all of the invited teams, effectively, aside from Futbolist, who's having a bit of a tough time in 13th. But aside, if EIQ, if Entropiq wasn't there, wasn't at the top, absolutely blasting out of control, it would be very defined right now where these teams sit compared to where they came from.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is kind of expected as well. These are the teams that has the most experience. They have some of the better lineups in terms of what we think is the best, and we've seen them time after time being able to perform. And this is nothing to take away from the qualified teams at all. But in matter of fact, it's great for them to be here right now, because this is something those teams who are on the left side, that's not a fluke that they are there. They've been there time after time. They've been proving themselves time after time. Well, some of the teams on the right side, some of the qualifiers teams, some of them are pretty new still. New lineups. They made a team for PCS6 itself, and they've been able to put themselves up here overall, and that itself a really great achievement. But Entropiq, I mean, they're just on another level right now.
Yeah, it's every day. I mean, apart from maybe yesterday, but every day has just looked insane for them. And actually, one comparison that you drew there, saying that's not to take away from some of the teams that qualified. I think one of those that really stands out for me, Toby, is HOWL. Like, they identified when they wanted to go into Observatory at a proper time, and were able to kind of clean up that situation. So I like watching HOWL play at the moment.
HOWL's ability to engage in the mid game to third-party teams, to set up traps for teams coming their way, regardless of whether it's the top echelon of the lobby or bottom teams, they are really being a pain to a lot of the other teams through the mid game. Late game, because they fight so much in the mid game, they tend to not get all the 4 players there, therefore they just don't fare that well late game. But mid game, they're one of the most active teams in the server, and they were last game as well.
Yeah, no, great to watch, and hopefully long may it continue here. For Thunder, likewise, we saw them have a really nice jump up. It only went from a 12th place to an 11th place overall, but those are the points that are going to close the gap against the top 8. But now we head into match 2 of the day, match 22, and Jorasar and Hypoc are going to bring you all the action.
Thank you very much, folks. An excellent start to the day with that very entertaining Royal Rumble, I have to say, down in Observatory. My God, we have an almost perfectly horizontal plane path here, just slightly north of center. And we go again. Looking forward to it, Hypoc.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a shame to see some of the bit. I mean, I was actually talking about Liquid, obviously, with that very, very proactive attempt at third party in the observatory there. It's a shame to see them ultimately take so much damage from the first engagement, and then, I mean, it's a heads up push from HOWL as well to be the second set of third party towards observatory. But Liquid, obviously, one of the ones that we're in terms of week 2 performance so far, the ones that's trending towards the top. So it's unfortunate to see them fall short a little bit. And also FAZE, like I said, just coming back to that, the point at which obviously they see Entropiq fall in the kill feed, they know that they're in a position at least to try and ride out into maybe top 5. Dead, are you going to hit any of these?
Oh, he might need iron sights on the AK. Nope.
It's probably the worst one to get when you've got somebody parachuting over the top of you, but no damage comes through whatsoever. But yeah, it's unfortunate for FaZe in that scenario, because I was talking about it early on with ENCE as well over on the west side. They were basically mirroring each other, right? In terms of wrapping into the least congested side of the circle. Yeah. They were just unable to really convert that into any sort of comfort, right? At the point at which there's a little bit of pressure over a God compound, FaZe are then forced back onto the east side of that hillside, and ultimately that's the side that NAVI just had total control of. They were spread so thin there, and it made it really difficult for FaZe, especially when they concede a knock onto Fex, to really make any sort of attempt to contest towards late game.
And that's the key, right? Being able to keep everyone alive into the late game, trying as much as possible to have all 4 of your players alive. A couple of teams that aren't going to be worried about rotations here, though, are FaZe and Entropiq. They're very much in circle here, more or less a lumberyard phase 1. Very, very relaxed indeed. And we're going to see a lot of the teams out west have to rotate in. And because it's on the corner of the island, we might see the west entrance sort of up, I would say, north and south of Potato Hill. We might end up seeing those avenues to come into the circle just a little bit more crowded than usual.
I mean, Navi's the key stakeholder in that regard. I guess if where they position, and obviously last week with Toby, I was noted on how they'd made a slight adjustment in the early game, and whether or not that's going to affect Liquid's first rotation here, because Navi, obviously, the expectation going to be they're happy to hold on to the edge, especially being inside here. Obviously, kind of garners them a relative amount of comfort in terms of the way we expect them to play. But just over to the north, considering it's SKADE, Northern Lights, and Team Rage, obviously, to try and come in from School, Apps, Mini Pachinki, Rostock sort of area, that could be fairly congested over to the side of Potato if these teams do opt to wrap south.
Another team who are going to be rotating in a little bit late are ENCE. They're in Severny at the moment, currently sat at 145 points and 93 kills in the tournament. Still, of course, today and tomorrow to play, and they are in 5th place. One of the teams looking to break in to that top group, well, arguably already in the tail end of that top group, but really wanting to fight for second and potentially first if we see some slip-ups here from Entropiq and they have some big games. We know they're capable of it, but I think a big part of that is making sure they are all alive to take those fights towards the end and they can become absolute killing machines.
So, I mean, it's still currently sat on just the one victory, but yeah, like you said, it's ENCE one of those teams that whenever they have 4 up and they're making a push past, you know, phase 5 or 6, they're always one that becomes that much more calculated. They're way more composed than a lot of teams are, especially fighting as 4 coming in to the late games. An odd reposition here from NAVI, a little bit deeper than we'd expect to see them at least here. And Melman going to get Aaliyah back on the feet was a little bit of a miscalculation. Yeah, miscalculation we'll call it, but the timing not going to be punished at all here. Nobody really coming through on the south coast just yet.
You can see Team Rage here rotating in. A lot of people don't want to stay on the western edge. They want to get a little bit further in so that if they need to bounce back, that's fine. But if they need to go further in, you don't want to be going into areas that you haven't already scouted. So the idea is you go in a little bit too deep and then bouncing back. That's generally better than staying on the edge and not being able to scout anything further forward. That's why you don't see anyone on the western edge. And there also just aren't that many compounds, to be perfectly frank. REGNUM, CARYA, spot perfectix of NLT, but I think they're going to be able to get by without incident. No. Cast a curse? Yes? No? Maybe?
Wow.
We're good.
I mean, perfectix not even deviating from course there. Who's happy to try and tank a couple of those shots, but no damage comes through. Rest of REGNUM actually spread a little further to the east here. It's not sure actually what the end goal is here, whether or not this is just to try and camp rotation, set up a little bit of a trap here. Lots of space actually cleared over to the west side here.
Oh
yeah,
no.
It was a miscalculation.
Oh no.
I'm not sure where Aaliyah is actually jumping to there, by the way, if the plan was to be picked up anyway, Joro.
I'm not sure, but also, can we talk about the decision to pick that as a replay? It's like, no, we'll rub a bit of salt in. To be fair, they want a chicken dinner. I feel like that balances out a bit. This is balanced journalism from the observing crew.
The duality of NAVI.
Right? Oh, no. Let's see what they can do this game as well. Very nicely done there. Ibby managing to get the first knock, but Team Rage recognizing that only one person is in this compound, and therefore, they want to go for the push. Schofield is knocked, but the rest of the team are pushing in.
Oh, if he actually throws down a smoke, though, he's going to swap out to the pump, so that could make things a little more interesting. The rest of SKADE, you can see Empty on the minimap now coming over towards the east side, but going to be difficult to really give Ibby any support here. Does the damage come through yet? Jempty's actually sending shots in, but I don't know if he's found enough damage to prevent the res coming through just yet. Yeah, the spam is good. Actually, another tag there. Jempty doing great work to slow things down here on the side of Rage, and actually, the counter crash is going to come through from SKADE.
And here we go. Oh, managing to get Schofield again with the car. That is brutal. You do not want to be Schofield right now. Ibby now with the pub, managing to get a second one. And Team Rage, all of a sudden, this crash that looked so good on paper is struggling. This is what happens when you crash and don't finish your fights in 5 or 10 seconds. It can turn on a dime.
Actually, Mer.
That's a mutant.
Yeah, Mer, unfortunately, comes out on the losing end of that one. SKADE still 4 strong now. Laza, the last one standing. And actually, the molly going to clear out. What a fantastic counter crash there from SKADE. I mean, Ibby swap out to the pump. Everything beautifully executed there. Jempty as well. Shout out to him. MVP in that regard. Slowing down the res.
Yes.
Also slowing down the push onto this building to try and isolate Ibby. Really great work from them.
Jempty and Ibby together was just fantastic there in holding out Team Rage. Ibby getting the initial knock, holding them out with the pump shotgun. Jempty delaying them further, allowing the team to get in. Really good team effort. And speaking of team effort, well, this won't be one from NAVI, unfortunately.
Yeah, Melman almost sent out as the probe, the scout towards this compound, and 2 members of FAZE, Gustav and ENCE here, ready to greet him with open arms. Like I said, it's a little bit deeper than you expect NAVI to drift here in this Circle 1, considering where they drop, but elsewhere. Liquid spring the trap here. Hiruzen punished immediately.
Really excellent sprays there once the trap was sprung. They had to allow Thunder to get close enough for that spray to work. They did that beautifully. James will take the credit for that kill. Easy peasy. Now the rest of Thunder are going to be moving away, trying to get a couple of residual bits of damage in with the SLR, but Thunder will be able to go elsewhere.
Just come back to that. I mean, you can see just how the focus kind of shifts for a circle like this. It isn't one that you really want to come late to, so that's why we're seeing a lot of these teams just kind of dip their toes a little bit towards some of these compounds, especially the compounds further towards the edge, I guess, just to give them some sort of foothold to see where circle 2 is going to shift towards. I mean, SKADE, though, that early engagement, you can see how much space they've got all the way across Milton Power and to the south there. I mean, Nail Up sending shots out towards Empty, but no real threat going to come of that.
It means you've also got the compounds towards the edge, just like a reset place for the teams. So Thunder, for example, they've gone Sharkfin. They went, okay, hang on a second. That rotation didn't work. We've lost a player as well. Let's give ourselves a minute or two to regroup and work out what to do next. They basically know those compounds are free. So they're not going for the high prio center compounds, but it does buy them a bit of time. It means they can think about what they want to do next, maybe pick up some new utility and reset and go on for the next fight.
Northern Lights, meanwhile, a little bit split here. Batulians and Lou down towards the south side of that setup, but I mean, they've got Regnum to make their way past as they've set up a split across this Milta highway, almost baiting people in to run the gauntlet here. Not really typical for anybody to make their way down this road. BBL actually set up down a little further to the south. Unless, I mean, this hard shrinks towards Milta. There's no real scenario where I think Regnum or BBL are going to be rewarded in this regard. Oh,
wow. Okay.
Wow. I spoke too soon.
They heard you, man. They heard you. I'm a little concerned, actually, for Navi's position now because BBL are effectively splitting them. Even if Navi haven't been crashed yet, if they make the conscious decision to collapse back into a single unit as a team, how do they do it at this point without massively risking one of their number dying? I think they might have missed the boat on that timing.
But FAZE actually going to be rewarded in terms of their early setup here with the 2-2. They're actually going to collapse back towards the north side where we did see them deal with Melman, at least initially. Thunder elsewhere, trying to put some shots into Northern Lights in transition, but nothing really going to come of that, I don't think. Oh, actually, Double does land another shot, but the reload comes through just in time for loot. Northern Lights, actually the northern side of their split, Spyro and Perfectix could come under fire here from Heroic, so not sure where the end goal is here. If he actually landed some more shots onto another player in transition, Squeaky just going to send it on the two-seater. Able to break line of sight, though. This is what I was talking about here. Heroic wrapping over on the north side.
Really good nade to start off. Page getting hit, as does Corexi, but the rest of Heroic are now moving in. And this is going to be the price that NLT pay for not having an initial knock. This is a 2v4. Are the rest of NLT coming in? Yes, they're crashing in as well. This is a full-on team fight. It looks like they're both committing.
Page does actually manage to recover from some of that damage early on. Whether or not now, I mean, Heroic initially were the aggressors here, but with Northern Lights regrouping here, looks like Heroic actually, they will tuck their tails, head back out towards the east here. Whether or not any damage is going to come through and a knock, potentially Perfectix just can't find the damage. But Sakura, he tried to backfill here.
Yeah, Highman just went straight in and is going, actually, this might not be a bad idea. Let's move now. And unfortunately, Sakura Zensen, a little... I think... I feel bad for He-Man in this situation, right? He waited until Heroic left, backfilled, and then went, what? They're coming back?
I mean, if you look at where the rest of Sakura are, I can't see the reasoning here to just, A, send one, and B... You don't really gain anything. I mean, the rest of Sakura more positioned towards what you would consider a better pathing to the end game here.
Maybe if the rest of the squad were already traveling to join him when he backfilled, I'd have more sympathy for that.
Like I said, I can understand leaving one behind, sending three to the Hall of Fame there, but just sending the one, it doesn't make an awful lot of sense. They don't gain anything by retaking that space off Heroic.
True. Well, they've lost one now as a result, haven't they? So we'll wait to see what they end up doing later on in this game. The rest of the team still by Prison Cliffs, by the way, so you can see that on the minimap on the right. We now have Futbolist.
Under no pressure. That's the other thing, Jaro. Just to come back to that, they're under no pressure towards Prison here. So it's not as if they need to desperately backfill that space and try and find an advantage out of it.
Yeah, they're not holding someone in prison.
Exactly.
They're pretty chill where they are, to be fair.
That's the bizarre aspect of this.
They didn't need to move there. They weren't pressured where they were. You would argue, yeah, if you're under no pressure in prison, either you send 3 there because you can afford to, or as soon as you scout, you come back. I don't know. You're right. That's just weird. But we'll see. There's still 3 alive. There's still plenty of potential for them to get some points from this game. We got 67 players left alive at the 13.5-minute mark. Let's take a look at where the next zone takes us. It's not quite a perfect donut. The Milta Highway is going to bisect this zone almost completely. And you have to say, REGNUM, CARYA, how long can they hold this 2-2 split before someone eyes one of them up?
It's actually interesting to see Northern Lights immediately reverting back towards this split. Lou and Batulin's taking back the high ground towards the dirt road, and they have loads of space to work with now. Heroic do pass Spyro and Perfectix back on the north side of this split. Like I said, Sakura, look at the great access they have to the end game here, but they're actually opting for... Oh, I thought they were going to full-on crash the compound of REGNUM there, but opting for the Wizard Tower instead.
REGNUM might want to consider collapsing back into a single unit. Yeah, and because their vehicle tires are protected inside the garage, I feel like they have a window of opportunity to drive out there. But if more and more teams start dogpiling into this position, they're going to find that so tough. I think better sooner than later.
Yeah, they don't really want to be caught on the east side of that Milta Highway.
Nah.
If the circle does decide one way or the other. I mean, at this point, you do have a straight up 50-50 with where the circle lies, but Sakura at least get themselves in. They've got themselves a safe spot now. Like I said, it would have been great to see them as 4 here and actually be in a position to contest this side of REGNUM split.
Yes, and that's now gone out the window, of course, with that early casualty that they suffered early on. Entropiq, in the meantime, they are out of circle to the southeast. No one's pressuring them. They are not, well, I guess they're putting a little bit of pressure on, but they're very chilled because they've accepted they're going to rotate in late. They want to see what the other teams are going to do first and then make a decision based on that. That is pros and cons right now. They watch Squeaky go into Milta. SKADE not in a position to take advantage of it. Futbolist on the other side, also not shooting at them yet.
ENCE.
Toll booth.
As Kepler and Smash will find 2. Quizzy gonna steal one away here. Nookie will fall as well. Lyran from distance finding that one. Just 1 member left is Tixu. He's gonna fall. ENCE out in 15th place, opting to try and run the gauntlet that we talked about earlier between NAVI and BBL setup here. Transitioning through this Milta Highway was always going to be difficult, especially with no information coming in from as deep as ENCE were.
That's something like the 3rd team wipe we've seen at Toll Booth this tournament. I feel like teams still are happy to go on the road there, and that unfortunately means that ENCE paid the price on this occasion. Still 14 teams though, and this edge is going to get very interesting because I reckon HOWL are going to move into Road to Glory, and Entropiq are going to go from a position to, oh, we're the unwanted outsiders here, to we might be the 3rd party.
Entropiq are just waiting for that audio cue. You can see Nailup poised here, ready to punish BNR, and he's the one really to gatekeep this edge here. Lookerrook's playing a little deep outside, disconnected from Nailup. Actually, are they trying to bait with the sound of the vehicles here? They are. They're waiting for the opportunity. Nailup now going to force the issue.
Very nicely done. Gets the first knock as well. Good spray from Nailup to open things up. This is going to allow the rest of Entropiq to move in behind him. Crucially, though, Road to Glory hasn't actually engaged HOWL yet. They've moved off to the northeast, as you can see, and HOWL might take these audio cues as an opportunity to move in. So this fight is very uncertain.
Sakura, actually, I mean, Salty and Nixie do manage to get across through the mansion building. Tekkas actually with some crucial damage to find a knock there, slow this push down a little bit, but this is REGNUM collapsing, as we talked about earlier. Now, obviously, peeling back towards the east side of the road, so Sakura being called upon here.
Oh! I feel like Clib hit Mexi, like the cars hit each other, and that resulted in Mexi getting knocked instead of Clib. I don't know. That was weird. That was very much a you take my place kind of conversation, but they do manage to get the revive off, to be fair. Thunder with some excellent pinpoint shots, and both teams will be able to survive. Meanwhile, I take back what I said earlier. HOWL have backed off completely. They've decided we'd rather get a decent place in zone than be the third party here. And that means Entropiq, Road to Glory, it's now a straight up 1v1 fight.
It's a good read to move into the space. They have to be conscious of Heroic's reposition, though. Tusda going to be the one to keep your eye on in that regard, but Entropiq actually taking a little bit of damage here. Well, not Road to Glory have actually put up enough of a defense for the time being. I mean, very congested over here. I mean, they cannot coexist in this part of the map.
No, one of them has to think about moving out, and Road to Glory have got some hard cover to fall back on.
On the minimap, push it up here solo.
What a sneaky snake. unbelievable. I'm hoping he doesn't instantly lose a couple of shots with the first player he sees. He might, but this is risky to say the least.
And the rest of SKADE actually getting punished inside Milter, so that's going to slow down Jempty altogether as Road to Glory actually looking to try and retreat west away from this, as we do see Thunder eliminated in 14th place by Liquid. Instinct now actually finds an opening here onto Naylor. Response though from QBE. Does actually come through, gets the flash as well, and yeah, Lucarux closes the distance. Dalek now the last one. Jempty, he sees that as the green light. They're pushing up. They couldn't try and third party this, Joro.
They could indeed. Salak here, he's been pretty much the talisman for Road to Glory, but is struggling in this game. Jempty coming up behind. This is so sneaky. I don't think any of the Entropiq boys know he's here yet, and he's getting so unbelievably close. These sprays, excellent spray from Salak, by the way. These sprays are just fueling Jempty being able to shift W in, knowing that no one's listening to him.
Big damage off that first nade damage. Actually, the response perfect. And it's actually HC that finds it from distance here. But now Jempty finds an opportunity, finds the knock onto Lane up here to open things up. Does the trade come back through? Lucarux, 77 HP, only taking an initial tag there and not great downhill angle there. The trade comes through perfectly timed.
You know what? I didn't think Noik managed to close the distance that fast, managing to help his teammate as well, but unfortunately, he goes down now. Entropiq survive with 3. Will Evas be able to get revived? Not completely clear. He was on quite low health. We'll see in just a second. In the meantime, HOWL, remember, they opted not to take part in that fight. This is them in the center north portion of the circle now. They're looking pretty chill.
Entropiq have just found themselves, especially with how kind of navigating away from this and being forced to kind of gatekeep Heroic. This is giving Entropiq so much space now. I mean, the cross west, depending on the next circle, could be a little precarious, but how they've come out as 3 here is beyond me. I mean, you could see as well, actively, Road to Glory trying to close out these flashes. And even with SKADE coming through on the third party, it's actually mind-blowing to see that they're still 3 up.
Yep. No, it very much is. It was also a high risk but necessary fight, because whoever won that fight gets control of something like a quarter of the next circle. They've got the eastern side everywhere. So the fact that Entropiq won that and now gets to reap the rewards, I'm really excited to see how they're going to play phase 6 and phase 7 as a result. That's got them a bunch of points.
Now look at that. Naylor opening up onto HOWL here, but we'll see how Northern Lights fare in this rotation. Batuna's down to just 1 HP, running in the open. Metabi will find the final blow. Perfectix, he's trying to med up in blue here, but this is all falling apart for Northern Lights in rotation.
It sadly is a little bit too little too late, unfortunately. Spyro is still alive for what it's worth, but this is not good at all. I mean, he might be able to get into zone, but he's really just playing for placement points at this stage. Ow, FAZE. Perhaps an ill-conceived run up here, although Gustav turning it around.
Actually, Diggory, you just can't find the angle into the Dacia. Finally, though, BBL will be eliminated. A little bit of an assist from Navi. Vex is downed. So yeah, actually, the counter crash coming through from Liquid here to try and follow up on this. FAZE is still trying to recover. Mexi finds a knock as well.
And all of a sudden, it's only 80 left against 2 members of Team Liquid who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off FaZe Clan entirely, and they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next?
Heads up, you can see the game plan repeated once again for Liquid with that third party, and they're rewarded for it. Look at the positioning now, dealing with FaZe, who ultimately had the prime real estate of this circle. Navi looking to flex out a little bit to the south side here, but somehow Spyro's still alive, Perfectix is still alive. I'm not entirely sure how, Jory.
No,
it's just Apocalypse left for REGNUM. What?
I can't explain this either, unfortunately. It was just very crowded on that west side of the zone, and a whole bunch of different scenarios could have played out there. It's only Spyro left for NLT. Next zone has popped, and Spyro's in it, so it's a bit of a 10 o'clock hard shift here, which has bought him a little bit of time. Oh my god, that was almost perfect. I swear the guns went da-da-da-da-da, nade, and I thought they were both going to go down. That would have been the perfect moment. As it stands, Esky down, Ruin just about hanging on.
See here is actually Page going to open up onto HOWL. The Mad just trying to hit the prone here. Again, just spotted out. I think Page has seen a pixel out of place. Will deal with him as well. Another kill coming through for Heroic as Actually, HOWL were the ones initially way back when, the ones that looked in a advantage position here, but actually the nade comes through. Page will fall here. Entropiq again trying to pressure in, be a third party factor in this engagement, but no damage to really try and follow up on here.
No, not just yet. Really nice grenade. It bounced off the tree a little, fortunately, but they'll take that. That meant Page could go down, but HOWL are worried about coming across the open field here. They're not sure if there's a third player out in the open somewhere waiting to take those shots. So they had hit some great shots, but were perhaps a little less confident than they needed to be. Nail up and managing to find Ruin as he heals up as well. And suddenly Entropiq are on the front foot.
Eva's still kind of on scout duty, or anchor, way disconnected here. SKADE actually going to get dealt with as well. T-Bone going to find that one. Entropiq will post their 6th kill as 3. Now facing off against Heroic, who are 4 strong. It's only really Nail Up and Cube involved in this engagement just yet. REGNUM finally fall elsewhere. Gonna be salty to find that one. Quizzy got the timing here, but no damage. Well, at least one tag coming through onto Lyran here. Tries to finish off with the SKS, but Lyran able to break line of sight. Futbolist still 4 strong, by the way. They've been quietly surviving their way through on the southeast side.
Yeah, no, they certainly have. They've stayed out of trouble. They've shot when they've needed to, sort of dissuade people from coming in, but now it's looking increasingly unlikely that they can involve an engagement. Entropiq here have got them down to 2, which is troublesome. Fortunately, the third party is going to help, and Heroic means that Futbolists get to survive as a 4.
Should be able to get both of these reses here. I mean, you can see all of Liquid just hyper focus this direction, but line of sight not really aiding them in that regard. NAVI still as 2. They've got a massive task ahead of them. Wherever this next circle goes, I feel as if they're going to have to expose themselves to Liquid. A 3-wheel buggy. That's all they got to work with.
Sag. Don't know what else to say. It's more emotions than words I feel for them at this point. As we see Spyro now looking for a way out of the Wizard Tower. Finds Sakura Zensen. What a great little peek onto Nixie. Not anticipating that he comes out into the stairwell as well. He was looking more at the window, and by alternating his position, Spyro manages to do that without losing any health, let alone not getting knocked. So beautiful execution.
Again, just opting away from those barred windows, which can be so difficult to connect with downhill, especially like that. So well played from Spyro there. Circle does post up, only really favoring, say, Liquid and Heroic. Futbolists should have to move a little further west, which will leave them open to Heroic putting some damage downhill. NAVI, like I said, not an awful lot to work with, and yeah, exposed to say the least to Liquid.
Just a little. I mean, they've got the smoke that's about... Oh dear, the smoke is about to disappear as well.
It's not good.
I mean, if they had another smoke, I feel like they would have thrown it by now. They're going to have to try their chances maybe on the buggy. Quizzy down. And that's it. NAVI eliminated Heroic, wiping them up. It does mean that Heroic can now... Well, Heroic actually have an awful lot of good position in this circle, don't they? They've got some great real estate.
Clip. We'll deal with Salty there. Lyran actually responds onto it. Spyro been spotted out. Will be confirmed as well with the smoke. T-Bone desperate to try and close this kill out.
That's one way to do it. Second smoke coming in. Futbolist committing onto Liquid by the looks of things. This battle for the south of the circle has started, but Vard and Jeems combining to get Nailcop and Lyran means it is not going well for Futbolist at all. Odin, who has actually had some really phenomenal games there for Futbolist, and Gluttony up top. But as soon as you remove the former with the frag grenade, it means we've only got one player left. And Heroic coming in from up top will finish them off. We're now into our top 3. Heroic have the high ground position, and I would reckon they've got the biggest chance of taking home the chicken.
We do here, the only team as for Northern Knights, just a solo. Liquid down to 3 now, but a decent kill count for Liquid, so
yeah.
Not sure actually where Heroic sit in terms of their kill count so far. They've become very active towards the late game here. Spyro just going to desperately try and cling to life here, get a couple more placement points if possible.
Next circle about to pop. Relative donut. I think that favors Heroic realistically because Team Liquid have to vacate their compound, unfortunately, even if they only have to move just a little bit.
That was the knock that came through. Mexi, man. That is disgusting.
That's gross.
The best thing is he's driving bait. He's driving so far away here just to allow, again, divert the attention of FaZe so that the crash can comfortably come through onto the south side of the Wizard Tower. So the fact that he also finds a knock is huge in that regard.
And that opening knock, yeah, it just allows the team to push in with confidence, right? Knowing that you're going up the stairs. You might end up trading with someone, but it's good to know that the chances of you getting wiped out before you even get in there, suddenly they've gone down by quite a lot. That opening knock, when you're pushing into someone like that, so important. Speaking of pushing in, no, okay. James got in the car and I thought, really? Is he going to do this? But he's thought better of it.
I think he wants to get himself to a position where it's a little easier to transition on foot from here, but...
Yeah.
Paige and Corexi down on the east side here going to be looking out for that sort of play. Beamy and T-Bone going to try and make use of the high ground here. But Spyro, I mean, he could potentially be a factor. Nobody from Heroic, I mean, look in his direction. Beamy maybe just scouting the edge here, but as soon as the engagement comes through, if Spyro can find any damage, that might leave the door open for Liquid to advance.
Spyro doesn't necessarily want to find that damage, though, really. He wants everyone else to fight first, so he can grab those points for second place as well. So we'll see how much of that ends up becoming true. T-Bone has found a couple of members of Liquid, but his vest is broken, so return fire from Liquid could end up being very effective against him right now. I mean, with 10 kills and all 4 alive, though, I don't blame him for trying.
Does anybody from Heroic have a nade? I feel like they could get themselves into nade range, making use of...
Yeah.
Obviously, the downhill advantage here. Spyro actually now drifting back towards Liquid. Again, the star will post, but this is a difficult cross for Liquid. They're actually going to look to do this very early. Very early investment of smoke seeds to try and fill the gap. Maybe pressure towards Corexi and Page on the east side.
My question is, where is the utility for Heroic? How many nades have they got? Can they afford to use them in the smokes for Liquid now to stop them from coming in? This is phase 9. Don't forget, Northern Light still in this game. Spyro very happy for this fight to play out without him. Very content with second place if he can get that. Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't, though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know.
Heroic will close out 13 kills for them. Really well played from the north side. Again, one of the latest teams to come in there. But again, I feel like after Circle 4, they just remained active. Again, putting up double-digit kills in that regard with such a slow early game for them. Absolutely, just a fantastic performance from them. And it's one of the games that actually, I mean, Froz was talking about obviously lacking a little bit. This is a team that we know has very high kill potential. So it's great to see them close out a game like this.
Making the fight for those top positions even more interesting with a chicken dinner. Heroic win that with 13 kills. NLT maybe having half a game to forget, but Spyro rescuing them to a second place. Plenty to talk about in that game. Let's throw it back over to the desk.
That's right. Thank you, gentlemen. Heroic round things out there after, quite honestly, a very simple last circle for them, taking the easy pickings of Team Liquid, moving up towards the north. Joining me, Froz, as well as Toby. And Froz, I'll start with yourself here. For Heroic, this was relatively simple there at the end.
Well, relatively simple if you look at how it played out, of course, but at the same time, they created that kind of opportunity themselves. Playing on the north side the whole time, we saw them, of course, when they tried to make a push towards the junkyard there, but they backed off and backfilled into the Alpha lobby again, took out a He-Man, and then they kept on working their way down south there, up to Shelter, and basically they just picked team after team apart there on the northern side. And that's what we want to see. Heroic being very proactive in terms of taking the fights. This is what we want to see. This is what we know them for previously. This is why they've been towards the top. But it has been a little bit quiet from time to time from them throughout the PCS6 here. But this is looking great. This is the Heroic that we want to see and the Heroic that we know.
No, definitely. As you say, kind of finding themselves decent land up towards the north was very important for them here. Toby managing to find that high ground later towards the end and just having pick of the litter. Very good here for Heroic.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think Frost said it right in that this is their natural habitat. Set yourself up in a position from where you know that you can succeed, and that's what they did. I mean, they made the right decision in disengaging when they didn't like what they saw up against NLT in the junkyard. And then when they got them on the hillside, they knew they were the last team in. I mean, given how late they were coming in, and when Heroic starts sweeping, I mean, that's back to the good old days of the Sanok. Back when that was the thing, that's really where they started doing that. Like in the open, make the push through the grass and clear all the snakes out. That's what they did here as well to claim Hilltop in the end to win it off. That it's just textbook Heroic win.
And this was cool, of course, Team Liquid versus FaZe, as we're having them kind of having that move around for us, trying to dislodge FaZe, and they did so very well, did Team Liquid.
Yeah, you gotta look at what happened just before that, though. BBL was crashing into FaZe Clan while they were there. At the same time, Liquid was actually scouting in the south the whole time on the western side. They were already in the vehicles. They were ready to make a move, but they were just waiting for the right timing. They didn't want to stress it out. They saw another team crashing them. They said, okay, let's wait. And once that fight started to break out, they saw the knocks happening. They knew this is the time, and they took that sniper tower for themselves afterwards. But of course, Mexi opening that up with that drive-by headshot onto Gustav, that was a very important knock there.
And well done by Spiro to be able to get himself the second place there. Heroic manages to take it, and you can see Paige is very happy with that one. I think he got actually quite a few of those end resulting kills coming in, but 2,000 damage-ish coming in then as well for Heroic. And of course, Toby, this is a team that we've seen run cold, run hot. Now that they've had themselves a pretty hot start here to today, maybe they can continue this through for the rest of the day.
Yes, I hope to see them do exactly that. I mean, yesterday, off of a win, they netted themselves a second-place 10-kill game right afterwards, and I think you can't mention momentum teams in Europe without thinking of Heroic instantly, and you saw
100%.
Paige there. I mean, once he gets excited like that, he knows how to bring it into the next game. The rest of the team does as well. The fact that all four of them stay alive through it as well, they should be on fire for next game too.
I mean, Heroic is a very emotional team in terms of both when it comes to the ups and the downs. Then they're bombing out in the first game with 0 points, and then coming back here super strong, getting this all these kills and the win. That is going to be super important, as you're saying. They need the momentum if they're going to be able to keep on going. And after yesterday's, I mean, they had some rough games when it comes to the Erangel games, but they were very successful when it comes to the Miramar games. I feel like they're super strong when it comes to Miramar, and that's going to be great for further on here as well for tonight.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look through the numbers coming in as well. But for us, one thing that continues on here is that so far for week 2, Entropiq has had 42 points. FaZe, who's in second place, has had 42 points. As much as teams want that gap to close against Entropiq, it's not happening. Entropiq on the east side, whilst we take a look at T-Bone doing well here throughout this game, Entropiq was also getting themselves a few kills here in this game, so the gap's not being closed here so far.
That is the thing with Entropiq. Like, whenever they have a bad game, they're still having a few decent points on the board, and putting those points on the board, making sure that they're gonna keep that gap as far as possible. And sometimes, I mean, they are gonna let people come a little bit closer, but in the end, it looks like they're holding and locking that gap strongly right now.
All right, well, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's our final Erangel for today, so we'll see you in a few for more PCS6.
Hello everyone, I'm James from Team Liquid.
Hello, my name is Ivas and I'm playing for Team Entropiq.
Hello everybody, my name is Kuike and I'm a team captain of Team ENCE.
Today we're gonna play What Happened Next.
Our goal is to watch the first part of the highlights and guess how it ends.
Let's get started.
Choosing the opportunity wisely, and Alia banking that off the side of the house to lose a bit of momentum on the nade, gets the knock onto Diggory. Fantastic grenade work.
Very, very, very impressive from Alia's.
I know that Alia is gonna throw one more grenade and kill all of FaZe Clan. So option A.
I choose A. Thanks to one grenade and M4, Alia destroys FaZe Clan.
It's A. Thanks to one grenade and M4, Alia destroys FaZe Clan. I think the Alia is clutch master, so it wasn't too hard to guess the correct answer.
I remember this very good because I was right behind Alia on the other side of the compound, and I knew Alia was last man standing for NAVI, and I knew FaZe Clan was 4 guys pushing, and I was really surprised when I saw him kill all of FaZe Clan in the kill feed.
There is a world. He's gonna do the exact same thing as Slippy just did. I was just gonna say there is a world where the tides turn right after the tides have just turned. I mean, he's doing exactly what Slippy just did. The issue is Medibay is on the other side, and now they know it's on the roof.
I think it's safe. Nailcop destroys all the players who try to visit him on the roof.
I will choose A. Nailcop 13 destroys all the players who try to visit him on the roof.
I think this one has to be option A.
It wasn't too hard with DBS. It's the best gun on close range.
I was right. I think you should be really careful in PUBG when you're pushing a player that has a shotgun.
Nice, I chose correctly. But that was really nice shotgun play for Nailcop, but also really bad play to push the roof from REGNUM, because it's so you can't push anyone in the roof without like that through that stair. So I give a little bit props to Nailcop for that shotgun usage.
Forcing all the teams on the west that were starting to bundle up to make those eastern rotations, and we knew all hells was kind of break loose.
Drop.
Oh, I like this play, and there's no way, because of the smoke audio, there's no way that he hears this.
They got no molly though. They just have to.
I will choose B. Yemf kills his teammate and the enemy in blind.
I think Mert is gonna flash and kill SKADE.
It's C. Knockdown, no excess Jemty from that.
Mert didn't get the kills on SKADE, and he died.
Yeah, it was only like logistic answer, because when you see the flashes, it can be chaotic, so that's the best answer, so I went for it.
So that's all for today. Thank you everyone for watching.
Please don't forget to support us in the chat.
And enjoy PCS6 Grand Finals live stream. See you there.
You know, I really do think we should just have Squeaky hosting and not me. It would be much better, I think. He's fantastic. I love listening to Squeaky. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess I've got a question for you guys as well. Are you excited about the upcoming shotgun meta that we're all going to be living in, Froz? I know everybody on Twitter's excited about it. The Shotgun Templar himself, Fuzzplace, he's excited about it. Froz, what do you think?
I think we're already in it, honestly. Like, if you look back, like 1 year, 2 years, no one played with shotguns at all. But right now, it is the meta when you come into a town, especially. And it's not unusual that we see people who grab it because of how easy, how accessible it is. You don't really need anything, no attachments or anything. You just grab the shotgun, you grab the pellets, and you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I, for one, would love to bow down to our DBS overlords because it's my favorite gun in the entire game. It makes the best noise. But let's look at the overall standings, gentlemen. Let's figure out where we're at, because right now, Entropiq still has a huge lead here, Toby. It's going to be difficult to knock them off the pedestal.
I'm surprised they've been able to maintain. Again, I mean, the 50-point lead that they've had for a decent while now, the fact that no one's been able to close in is... it's insanely impressive to me, because again, I mean, Entropiq, as good as they are, I see them a lot like Heroic in the sense that they can have phenomenal days, but they can also zero out. At least that's what we've seen in the past in the top tournaments that they've played, but they're clearly on a whole other thruster throughout this so far. And the fact that they've been able to maintain the lead, I mean, to create the lead to begin with, but to be able to maintain it throughout the entire tournament so far, I think it's one of the best one-tournament performances we've seen in EU in a long time.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy to see this kind of performance here from them. Heroic, of course, does pump themselves up a little bit more here, Froz, into 7th place now with a great game from them, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, yeah, of course it's going to be a great game. And of course we want to see them up here as well. We saw them struggle a little bit in the first weekend, but now coming into this weekend, it looks very much better. And they're still in contesting for the top spots here. And I feel like if you would just remove Entropiq from this leaderboard, basically, it would look pretty normal. It wouldn't be too much like fuss about it in terms of point-wise and how the teams are standing. But I mean, Entropiq is shaking things up, and they are getting swamping up a lot of points whenever they can, and it's making a lot of trouble for a lot of the other teams, of course. But I feel like right now, for the other teams, it's a lot for them to play against the other teams that are in the top pack there. They are the main priority right now. They don't really care about Entropiq. They're so far ahead that they're not really a threat, because you're gonna have such a hard time catching up to them. The real threat are the teams that is right close to you, both above and below you on the leaderboard. Those are the ones that you want to be able to take out or even cripple early on in the game if you have the possibility to do that.
Final Erangel, who are your eyes on, Toby, for this one?
Heroic. They just got off a win. They need to continue. They're now 2 points with 7 games left to go. They're 2 points off of what they made the entire last week. They are back on it, and I want to see them continue this.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity if they're able to continue rising up here and pushing on like we've seen them do in high-profile situations before. Final Erangel of the day. Let's head over to Jorasar and Hypoc.
Thank you very much, folks. This is the last Erangel, match number 23 of 30 in the PCS6 Europe Finals. We have a very interesting plane path. We have a less interesting than the last plane path, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. An 11 to 4 o'clock here. It's going to go essentially from West of Severny down through Milta. Hypoc, I think most teams are going to be pretty happy about this. I don't see anyone throwing a fit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last Erangel game of the day, expecting this one maybe to slow down a little bit, especially with some of these teams that are tracking behind a little in terms of the average points. But I'm not seeing a particular amount of overlap and not expecting too much here. Everything should be perfectly achievable here for where teams are aiming for.
Last Erangel of the day. We started the tournament with Miramar being super hectic and Erangel being fairly chill in comparison. Things have certainly moved on since last week, that is for sure. 0 teams going Military Island, so Caster Curse dictates. We're going to be moving into Novo momentarily, but we'll wait and see. Haven't had too many crazy circles overall. Haven't had too many Millie Island finishes overall, so I feel like we're due 1 or 2 of those. Where do you like to see the circle finish, Hypoc? If we imagine we want to make life difficult for the guys in the game, where would you go?
Well, one thing I love to see is a hard Novo pop. That's what I really like to see, Joro, in the last Erangel game of the day. So looks like we're set up for one of those. How convenient.
Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that. Toby and I were trying to do this all day yesterday, by the way, and not once did the circle go where we said. And now, I'm sure Toby's watching this going, how did they just do that? This is gonna be fun. And it could also mean, Hypoc, that the Joro prophecy could come true in this game. And the Joro prophecy is as follows. Whoever takes Observatory wins the game. It's that simple. I feel like it's one of those.
I mean, usually in NA, that's not how it goes. So I'll just put that out there.
Sure. And to be fair, I'm also usually wrong. But I'm going to play the role of the stopped clock there. I mean, when it happens, when it comes true, that occasional period when I look smart, I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. But this circle is going to be wild. It's fully on the east side of Military Island. It means, ladies and gents, that the number of routes to get in severely limited. And when those are severely limited, you get so many choke points early on. Phase 1 ends up getting played like Phase 3 or 4. It's going to be fantastic.
It's I mean, Gustav sent south immediately here to actually take that crossroads initially here, whether or not the next step is here to get somebody up on the high ground, but actually immediately Liquid and NAVI heading straight towards the West Bridge, and they should meet actually with Aliyah this far forwards. NAVI a little bit disconnected behind, but we'll have to revisit that. Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to revisit it now just in case Aliyah does find any damage. Liquid always like to get across here uncontested nice and early, and it looks like they're going to achieve just that.
Yeah, Aliyah allowing them to go. Gustav, of course, ahead of Team Liquid, already at the crossroads. And I think the rest of FaZe Clan will be following him very shortly. Nice and sensible early gameplay here from FaZe Clan. They're going to have their pick of positions, whatever they fancy going into phase number 2. FaZe Clan, of course, they've had a pretty good showing in this tournament so far. They're trying to chase down Entropiq. They're going to need a couple of big games to do it. But fortunately, they've got 4 big players to rise up to the occasion. So it's not over till it's over. And you bet your bottom dollar these guys are going to be hunting every step of the way.
Well, the week 2 performance here on, at least on Erangel, tracking it around, well, dead on 4 average points per game. So, like I said earlier, a little bit slower here on this side, actually doubling up on Miramar in terms of average points. But I mean, a position here that they can definitely make. So this could be potentially an end game guaranteed spot here, or at least a high kill game for FaZe with where they're positioned very early on. BBO actually pulling up towards the bridge here. NAVI set up for the camp, but no shots exchanged just yet.
No, not just yet. Oh my god, this is so close. Literally, bro, next to the vehicle, and Quizzy gets Ketba, who I think just wanted to swap vehicles. Wasn't expecting that. The trade comes out from Smash, and BBL now surrounding, trying to work out, are there other members of NAVI in the nearby vicinity? Smash going over that railing as opposed to through it, which is quite impressive. But the rest of NAVI, I think, might be a bit too split to do too much about it.
See, man, still trying to find that. Couple more tags there. Quizzy the one to actually be on the receiving end of that initially. NAVI now, I mean, initially they were the ones set up to greet this crossing here, and now they concede the first kill.
Oh no.
No way.
Through the vehicle as well.
Man.
That's style points for going via the driver's seat. That's ridiculous. Ketberg actually getting revived here. Check this. I did not expect this, although that nade. Oh, that was a smoke. We're good.
I was wondering where you're looking. I was like, wait, where's the nade? I was like,
I heard the audio cue and I went, that's real close to the fence, man. And then went, okay, yeah, they're fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. False alarm, folks. Carry on.
My eyes went straight towards where Aaliyah was positioned there on the bridge. I was like, there's no way, right? Surely not.
Surely not. That would be ridiculous. They're all good. I say they're all good. They still have to get into circle. I mean, this west bridge is rough. The rest of NAVI are now at the southern side. BBL still have to find a way past. Thunder are going to be using the botation route. And it looks like NAVI are thinking about it as well. The problem is SKADE have got the ferry pier more or less mapped out. NAVI a little too split for comfort here.
Melman hops in, yeah. No, we can actually hear to... Oh, actually a whiff on that one. Just as Melman paused in the boat there on the turn, but we have to escape. Actually, the attacks coming through from elsewhere. Melman... I mean, those boats can be squishy, but I'm not sure the damage here is going to be enough to deal with him as he's able to break line of sight and escape that.
Northern Lights and Road to Glory bumping into each other on the bridge, with Road to Glory having the high ground here, making it very, very awkward. They really need Batulins with some sort of off angle, but wow, somehow managing to find the knocks anyway.
Look at this
only
damage,
dead.
man.
Oh, that's insane. Spyro, that's with the Tommy gun as well.
Making anything work here. Dead, the last man standing for Road to Gloria. Way more effective bridge camp here over on the east side. Actually, Sakura over on the north as well, still yet to cross. They're going to be hearing this, seeing this as well in the kill feed, and considering their next move very carefully.
This is a wild phase one. We did kind of tell you guys at the start of the game, expect this phase one to be played out like significantly later in the game, because this circle is what, 75% either water or the mainland, and everyone's going to want to move to the south. How wild would it be if we went back up to the main island, by the way? Wouldn't that be insane?
Wouldn't it just? You've planted the seed now.
Just saying. Just saying. PUBG
just saying.
gods.
Yeah,
that's
just
an idea.
saying. That's definitely what the circle would do in NA. It would be ending just south of Milta Power if this was in America's lobby.
Well, we've got the ferry rotation coming in from SKADE. You can't eliminate this boat, of course, as they casually move underneath the bridge and bypass all of this damage that's being done on top of them. They're going to be just fine as they move on towards Novo. You know, they could end up getting a really favorable position off of this.
Good indeed. It's actually Entropiq. Oh, you've asked more so than the rest of them. Actually going to find one of Liquid kind of trailing here. Just going to leave James, Clip, and Mexi left here in this game. And Liquid were very quick with this south wrap on Sosnovka. We know how was the 3-minute 15 mark that they crossed that west bridge. So
straight after phase,
made a lot of progress down on the west side. But yeah, Entropiq, I mean, getting ahead of them. This is usually where Liquid want to pull up and kind of scout further north. But that's definitely going to slow things down for them through the mid game.
Rotations coming through now for HOWL and Sakura Zensen, who are perilously, they're in between the bridge and Novo. They're going to be in a perfectly acceptable position, but I just don't know how Sakura Zensen rotate from here. If they go into Novo, they could find trouble. They go anywhere closer to the bridge, they're going to have to deal with the teams that were underneath and on it to begin with. So it'll be interesting to see where Sakura Zensen go after this. They probably won't need to move till phase 3 or 4, but this could end up being a very interesting third party on the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, actually, wait, no tags at all initially there, actually. I mean, they swap back through into different vehicles there to try and mitigate that damage. Fex still trying to land shots way up top on the high ground, up on Observatory, but nothing coming through onto Northern Lights just yet. And Sakura actually, now with the circle about to pop, I gotta say, reconsidering that, but no way it centers up towards the bridge. What is that shift?
It can still go north. It can still go like north of Dead for phase 3 center. It's technically still possible. This is mad. Now, a lot of players are in, but look at how many players are out of circle to the west. You'd almost think there's some sort of lag, there's some sort of bug there. Absolutely not. Half of the players are still out of circle.
Yeah, and actually the center of this circle is so congested already with some of these teams that try to make early moves south towards the military island. But, I mean, eyes initially go towards the ENCE. They're the ones that are crossing the bridge now. Do they opt to set up and try and pick up some of these free kill points, gatekeep that edge of the circle? You see them considering it on the map as, well, the last member of SKADE now making the transition into ferry. I think he did. Yeah, missed it.
No problem. Just get the next one. They're scheduled every 10 minutes, right? No problemo.
Speaking of boats, though, HOWL actually making their way across.
They're going back?
Yeah, they just turned. I'm not sure if they are considering holding on to the north side and banking on a late move into Nova if it does come down to the south. I mean, this one's got this has got to be like at least a 75% chance of this still going south. I will be mind blown if it centers once again and eliminates a lot of this south side.
No, I completely agree with you. I think the if you project where the center of phase 3 could be, I believe the mathematical chance it can go south here is something like close to 90%.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very tiny percent. It centers on where Dead and where Heroic are now, or where half of Heroic, I should say. We were just watching Curaxi. How has HOWL still got fuel in the boat? Number one.
Why are they coming this way?
Why are they coming straight back into other team? This is bizarre.
Go on, take a shot.
Go on,
take a shot.
With the bolt as well, I would have.
I don't understand why HOWL didn't come into Novo. I mean, whether or not this is just an attempt to contest this side here and make a play towards center, you got to kind of argue. This is so close to the water that it doesn't really give them good access to wherever this next circle goes. Yes, they're going to be in, but you got to assume that it's going to pull down to the southwest eventually with that water shift. So they're putting themselves right on the edge of phase 4, effectively.
I find it interesting that they sort of moved half back to the mainland and then chose to come back and dodge Novo. So I would love to hear from them later what information they received to change their minds about where they were. I'm sure they were reacting to something in game. Never mind that, because they are in a decent position right now and they should be able, like you say, to get roughly on the edge of phase 4. So that's going to be interesting. Futbolists are still north of the West Bridge. So they've been out in the blue for quite some time doing a almost classic Futbolist rotation. They've been sending it straight into the circle far more often, actually, after the first couple of days. But this is definitely one of their huge late rotates that we're seeing them used to be well known for, that they're doing a bit less here. See if they can make it pay off.
I mean, make me eat my words for sure, but I got to feel as if Novo is the better access kind of uphill here. I mean, Entropiq are spread pretty thin across that, but they've really rolled the dice in terms of banking on this coast next to the bridge. We're going to see where the circle's going to position in the next couple of seconds. I mean, I'm praying on the south. There we go. So again, like I said, HOWL are now going to position themselves potentially actually outside of phase 4 with where this has pulled towards.
This is looking very interesting. Most of the players are in phase 4. They correctly predicted that the circle was going south and away from water. So it's only really Heroic that have to make their way in. Team Liquid and NAVI having a little bit of a tussle on the east side of Sosnovka. Just outside of Millie base. FaZe Clan might even be able to get an angle on this if they're not careful. Example goes down and out. The rest of NAVI needing to regroup.
Yeah, I think actually, I mean, Sakura pushed way further actually over here. Tekkas will find Aaliyah trying to pull up to the compound. Still 4 strong here. The first kill posted pretty late on here for Sakura, but have kind of been scrambling for position here. Melman going to try and hop in. Heroic with a very late cross on the east bridge here. Curaxi going to be downed. Should be flushed out by Dead. The last man standing for Road to Glory. He's been here for a while. Still a nuisance in this game.
Heroic lose another. Unfortunately, that's Page going down to Perfectix. Northern Lights. Not bridge camping. They're actually by the crossroads here, but just managing to land their shots from range. They are currently sitting on 4 kills and all 4 team members alive in phase 3. They're almost dead center in phase 3, I have to say. I expect them to be on the north side of phase 4/5. They're looking all right so far, but in a circle this crowded, things can change so quickly.
Yeah, ENCE actually got themselves tucked in here. This is a little more risky than we'd maybe see them playing towards this period of the game, but an attempt here to just keep 4 up and be in a position to at least contest the late game. I mean, with Liquid actually as 3 to the south of them, there's not really going to be any threat from them. Liquid aren't going to look to get particularly proactive. Just hold on to what they've got.
Yeah. The sight lines out of where they are, not fantastic. They can't really see up onto Observatory. They've got a lot of good hard cover, so they're in a very defensible position. But from a scouting point of view, I think they're relying on someone moving a little further on. Get a little bit of scouting done. Futbolist now running into BBL, using the tree as cover, getting the element of surprise onto Nail. Odun trying to come in for round number 2. And Smash is just dealing with the right-hand side. Does Odun find an angle?
Gluttony
It's
finds
Gluttony who gets the knock.
See, Kepa trying to respond here. Will actually down Odin. Fantastic shots with the mini there. Again, if they can find an opportunity to get that res on Smash, it's going to be dicey. BBL in such a weird split right now, and actually T-Bone and Beamy, the ones to try and aggress onto Code Marco here, might catch him in the vehicle just off screen right now as he looks to try and regroup with the rest of his team.
Just about gets past Heroic. Just about. I think it might have been a small ridge. I feel like Heroic would have taken those shots if they were inside. I completely agree with you there. Next circle has moved south indeed. So Northern Lights are north side of the next circle. Navi almost dead center, but it's only Melman at the moment, which is a bit of a problem. Beamy looking for the chance on Ketpa. That didn't connect though. And the M24 may be looking for a steal now instead as Thunder move in on BBL.
But T-Bone now going to find one onto Kepa and onto Gluttony here. So Heroic finally spring into action with this third party. As just Smash and Code Marco left for BBL now. Only 3 kills here. No teams eliminated just yet. Well, still 16 teams alive,
It's crazy. Yeah, 17-minute mark, still 16 teams. This is what happens when everyone gets in position early. If they successfully get there and they hold out, you almost sit tight through phase 2 and phase 3 and no one really has to move. But this is the first time, I think, in this game, phase 4, where we're going to see several teams properly have to move out to completely new positions, and that's going to make things a bit spicy. It's a bit like a tinderbox, right? The first fight is going to generate a third party, and then more people are going to move in after that, and we could start to see 16 teams go down to 10 in a blink of an eye.
I think this is the point. I mean, Road to Glory still holding on with what Gustav. No way he makes it work from that range. What? We'll find the knock with the DBS. FaZe still 4 strong, holding on to this early position here. Find 2 knocks onto Entropiq. Nailip, though, manages to get himself into the ground floor of the Wizard Tower here.
Shotguns don't work from Rage. Gustav's solution. Just put a 2x on it. You'll be fine. Checks out. Respect the logic. FaZe Clan versus Entropiq still being fought. Beamy does get that delightful headshot knock from the bolt he was looking for, and that's Futbolist out of the game. Entropiq now a little bit split, trying to regroup against FaZe Clan, who look like they are very, very firmly rooted here. Nailup's so isolated.
He is, and QBE actually positioned elsewhere, getting, well, taking shots actually from Sakura from way downtown. That's all the way to the northwest side of the circle. It's just going to be a solo attempt here from Nailip as the rest of FaZe looking to come across and give Gustav some backup. Nailip expecting it already though. Fex going to try and draw some fire with the vehicle potentially. No, actually just put him back up onto the high ground. I want to try and protect this vehicle instead.
Molly up onto the ceiling. Gustav though in the side, no, not in the side room, on top of the furniture. Unfortunately, the furniture seems to be keeping him safe for now, but any follow-up nades could be a problem. Nailup doesn't have additional utility available from teammates or otherwise, though. His angles and options are limited. Lou finds a way to get a knock out of the car on Ibby. That is a beautiful shot. And they're continuing to do this from Crossroads, by the way. And that is into the face. Entropiq try and push it in. It hasn't worked. SKADE's now there instead.
So one of FaZe almost overextending there, but Gustav now stuck with the DBS. Actually, here's the sound cue there on Jempty with the nade. The perfect time to swing out with that DBS once again. We'll deal with SKADE. They're out in 13th place now. FaZe still 4 strong.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise
No
HOWL.
way, man.
And they're eliminated. The 200 IQ play there with T-Bone on the other side shows that Heroic are now up to 7 kills. They've got 2 left alive. Beamy there with the play.
So well played. And that's the duo of Heroic there. Still alive and kicking. Still putting points up. Yeah, much needed points as well. See Thunder now looking to migrate towards the south a little bit. Mika already made moves over here, but this is where ENCE's position now becomes really important in this game. Like I said, they tucked themselves in so early on in a position to really make a play towards at least the end game and being in a position to actively take a team fight once this circle shrinks. Oh yeah, we love that.
That's gross.
We love that.
Oh my god, absolutely delightful stuff there from BB, living up to his name. M24 in hand, thank you very much for that headshot. And now we've got Team Rage moving up onto FaZe Clan. I say moving up onto, more like moving sideways,
trying
and at
to
FaZe Clan's mercy.
Yeah, trying to actually navigate their way past. Mexi actually going to find a, was that with the 3x? Absolutely beam double there. The rest of Thunder, actually Hibako and Hyruzen, do manage to get closer towards the fence here, but again at this point there's no feasible opportunity to push up onto Liquid.
Wow.
Diggory landing a huge nade onto Mithralius as well. The Reds actually trying to come through right now for Team Rage, but yeah, Schofield is back up.
Team Rage are in a difficult position right now, to say the least, because if FaZe Clan can't see them, they can nade them, right? FaZe completely dictate the outcome of this fight and the angles that Team Rage can hold. And the problem is Team Rage are halfway up a mountain. And if they're halfway up, it means everyone on the low ground, i.e. Team Liquid, when they come out of the compound, will be able to see them when they move as well. So go up, FaZe Clan shoot you like ducks in a barrel. But continue moving around the side of the mountain and be completely open to Team Liquid.
REGNUM actually on the desperation send here downhill. One comes through, actually the second comes through from Sakura. A little bit of an assist here. Spyro, 50 HP. Trying to pre-nade, but Slippy actually managing to get out of the line of fire for the time being. But his days are numbered, Joro. I don't think there's much of an opportunity for him to have a say, with Meta be so split as well.
I mean, the circle is trying to have a say about it. Spyro manages to get the knock, try to work out where the grenade is, but dodges most of the damage anyway. So he gets a Slippy Zerg and manages to heal up, which is fine. Next circle has more or less censored in actually on where they are now, which means that FaZe Clan are finally going to have to get up off the observatory. Team Liquid will have to abandon their position as well, but they've got Thunder outside and ENCE on this ridge line. This is not going to be straightforward at all.
Oh, ENCE actually conceding a knock here. Whether or not they're going to be punished for it. Again, utility going to become a massive factor here for Thunder. Clib on the reposition now. Actually, well, he was going to consider coming towards the fence line here, but Schofield puts a ton of damage onto Clib. And Diggory actually going to find the knock.
Schofield thinking about coming down. Yes, he's being very... Whoa, slow down there. Okay. 40 HP, doesn't matter. If you get the timing right, you can still move. Yeah, he's got to nade this, right?
I mean, it's way over the top here. Mexi reading it perfectly, trying to send his own nade back over the top. Ooh, a little bit too deep on that one as well.
Team Liquid in a precarious position now. Team Rage, they haven't been taken out by FaZe Clan, who are rotating the other way, and as a result, they live to fight another day. Mert down, but there's still 3 of them in the game. Let's see if they can finish Liquid. This is going to be tense.
So Mexi responding with a perfect nade up to the high ground there. Schofield gonna eat that one. Laza, I think the last man standing now.
Yep.
As AC did just hit this shot, by the way. It was about 500-600 meters towards Heroic, but did find the knock a moment ago.
Team Liquid. Okay. Choosing to move away from the rest of this fight. Only Laza up for Team Rage. And Liquid opting to reposition, playing the long game, saying, feel free to get your reses in. We're going to be able to hold you out in the next circle. What do we think of this play?
It could be, I mean, an attempt here to obviously position ahead. FaZe's position, though, in this circle in particular, they're going to be able to deal with lots of these threats out in the open. As I say that, actually. Yeah, as well. I saw Mexi find the first one there. I didn't know what the follow-up from Team Rage was going to be, but Mert actually still bleeding out in that regard, so no real attempt to make a push onto Liquid there. Mexi and Team still alive and kicking. Melman's still alive and kicking as well. He's been here for a hot minute. FaZe have to still read that somebody's on the hillside, though, so don't want to let Mexi and James cause any sort of danger towards their position.
Yeah, they've had, so much scouting information for so much of the game. They need to now understand roughly how many teams are left, what sort of rotation paths look like. They no longer have the high ground they once enjoyed. Crossing the road and being able to get on the east side of where they are now is useful, but you're right. If a couple of them get knocked here and Liquid see an opportunity, there's no reason why they can't try and come up behind them. So FaZe Clan do have to be careful. At the same time,
Liquid,
though...
Are they sending it towards Navi's, towards Melman's? They've hit the barrier!
The fence!
No way!
The fence is the MVP of the game. Didn't make enough speed up. Oh, dear.
Well,
to eliminate the fence. And you know what? If they cleared the fence, Melman would be alive.
Yeah. I thought for a second there with the initial direction that smoke was thrown, they were going to make an attempt towards FaZe, but just to build up a little bit of speed, maybe break line of sight and mitigate that risk on the way down. But they do have an edge position here, and FaZe, I mean, they're just one nade away from clearing it. It's so difficult to hold on to that, particularly as a duo. Nobody on the outside of it to really protect them. You see already, yeah, the utility's coming in. This is just a matter of time for Liquid.
This is an awful pressure cooker situation for Liquid. So much damage getting down to the bottom of that ball. And the problem is Mexi has to move towards where the grenades are exploding in order to get any sort of nade damage back. But he can't quite make it stick.
I was going to say, a little bit of an overinvestment there because FaZe don't find a single knock off that. Whether or not it's going to act as a deterrent now, but Sakura trying to make it out of this wizard tower, and yeah, there's nothing to really defend them other than the smokes right now. ENCE on the mad send, actually going to get punished. Nuki picked out of the UAZ.
And ENCE pushing into Liquid's position. This is going to help FaZe out a bit as well. Accelerates the fight with Liquid. And ENCE properly pushing in. Liquid trying to mop up. FaZe actually got a knock there. Jeems managing to finish up. And ENCE can't make it work. FaZe Clan's still up? Yes, they are. But Lou's going to come in with the, I guess, fourth party at this point. And Liquid and FaZe still have at least one up each. In fact, FaZe have two.
HC only has 10 shots left. He only has 10 shots left. So this 1v1 with Jeems is going to be really interesting here. And actually, FaZe taking casualties. Massive casualties here. Northern Lights going to find their 11th kill, dealing with Sakura. Just a 3-horse race now.
Looking for the Liquid player. 6 bullets in a dream.
Wait,
oh, we've got a
found
Molotov
two.
there. This is insane. How is Jeems surviving in this bit? Okay, 300 damage from a grenade.
Wait,
there is no armor on Earth that'll stop that. But wow.
How
Amazing
did Jeems
stuff.
do so much damage here? Ace is just going to have to give this up to the Blue Joro. What the hell was that? FaZe were 4 strong, arguably in the game-winning spot, and they absolutely fold. That was actually crazy.
It really was. Winner chicken dinner for Northern Lights with 14 kills there. FaZe Clan had such a strong position early on in the game. The Joro Prophecy, well, maybe I cast a curse that, I don't know. Crazy fight between FaZe and Team Liquid as well. Not sure what was going on there. But to be fair, Hypoc, Northern Lights, they just quietly sat on the north side of that and got on with it.
No, they absolutely did. The timing they were able to deal with Sakura over on the north, and the amount of damage they were able to do as FaZe tried to come downhill. Like I said, with FaZe not finding a single knock after a huge investment of utility, made things really difficult because then they have to cross in the open. Sakura have fallen, so Northern Lights have nothing else to shoot at. They can literally free farm the damage there, but FaZe going to be kicking themselves after that one, I got to say it.
So an entertaining end to Erangel here at the penultimate day of PCS6 Europe. Let's head back over to the desk and see what they thought.
Oh, a wild game with a wild circle results in the team in Crossroads doing really well. What a surprise here. Let's get back to it there. Froz and Toby, we watch NLT get themselves the victory. And yeah, Froz, it's as if that spot's really nice for them to play from. Yeah.
I mean, of course, it's going to be a nice place to play from, but you could also see how long time it took for them before they actually went for it. We were talking about it during the game when they were on the bridge. They were getting shot from left, right, above, and below. But at the same time, they didn't take it because they were betting on that there would be another team there. So they wanted to make sure that no one's going to be here. No one is just creeping around, ratting in that compound, waiting for them to pull up before taking them out. So they took their time to get there, but once they got there, man, were they farming.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights coming in. Toby, I mean, where do we even begin with this one? It's difficult for all of the teams to make their transition on. A lot of the teams did find themselves decent spots, but for some teams, it was not so easy.
I was just gonna say, I mean, despite the fact that we had a completely absurd first circle and the circle to follow, I mean, fortunately it set it up to some extent, but everything considered, we didn't lose our first team before surprisingly late compared to other more, you know, like common melee circles, I'll say. Here, I mean, still 16 minutes in, we've only lost 10 players. I thought when we saw that first circle, half the server was going to be dead by phase 2, but teams were actually surprisingly good at making landfall on the melee side of things.
Yeah, one of the teams that fell really victim to it, I suppose, well, we get to see the DBS again, yes, was Heroic, of course, that came along on that bridge here for us, and not exactly the best follow-up game after their win.
Yeah, they were one of the last teams, or the last team, to actually rotate across over to Military Island. They took their time. They knew that they were going to be late for it, and they didn't want to rush it, but it felt very rushed once they got to the bridge. I feel like they didn't take time enough to just, they could have waited another circle. They had the circle on the north side. They could have stayed there, taken a little breather, look at what's happening on the other side, wait for the next circle pop, wait for the other teams to start moving. Once they get shot at, once they start losing people, it's going to open up so many more opportunities for you to move in and to be able to play from. But they managed to cross. Of course, they only had 2 people surviving. It was a hard task. But I think one big thing is to look at, or 2 things. One, first of all, would be Liquid. How fast they're on the rotation. They are the first team to cross over to Military Island on the western side, of course, going in from Pochinki, and that is a really good task. They read the circle straight away. They know, okay, let's not loot anything. We're just gonna double bet on that. We need to go there right now. We'll get our loot on the way while we're making our way towards into the circle there, and that's exactly what they did. On the other hand, you have FaZe. They took the high ground, the observatory. They had a lot of abilities to be able to scout and shoot at other people, but at the same time, they know from up there, you're not going to win the game. The circle is not going to end there. It's going to move away from there. But that's when you take the opportunity to grab as many kills as possible. They're ending up getting 10 kills. They're ending up getting a 2nd place. So it's all well. But then you have the Joker in the play. James in a car. I mean, he just sits in the car and just peeks out from the window and guns down 2 of the FaZe members. That is just insane mechanical gameplay from him.
I couldn't believe. I think none of us could believe, and the commentators couldn't believe either what was going on with that car. Little peek, not very, very nice. As we take a look at the numbers coming in, Northern Lights, FaZe, and Team Liquid are able to get themselves the lion's share of the points. And for FaZe, especially here, when we look at how they played this out here, Toby, because I mean, they had the best opportunity, I feel, to find themselves a spot early. They took the radio tower location and played it from there.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way they approached it. They made sure that they had somewhere to go to on the download, with Gustav being inside the wizard tower, and for all teams to approach him and for them to take out, it was perfect. It was Entropiq, because I mean, again, this is a 1-point game for Entropiq, and a game where FaZe, while not getting the wins, still get a chunk of points to follow. So I mean, still enough games left for FaZe to catch up, but of course, we have Perfectix here almost at the 1K. Once again, amazing performance, considering how much under fire they actually were prior to making their way to the crossroads. It was a very, very solid game for Northern Lights.
No, definitely. You've outlined a situation there where maybe it's not all done just yet. As you say, if Entropiq's getting these 1-point games and these teams just below them are starting to rack up the double digits, FaZe might have an opportunity to strike out on them. And I mean, Froz, we were talking about this before. It's a great win for Northern Lights here, but this is potentially the first time in a long time we're going to be crowning a new champion. Even if they are accruing points, they are a little bit too far behind here.
Yeah, they are for sure very far behind. I think when we're going to move over to Miramar, there is one big hurdle as well. We're seeing more and more teams trying to stop Batulians from taking the high ground, taking those high ground on top of the rocks. And that is going to be one of the major plays when it comes to NLT and how they usually play it out. And because we're seeing someone like Gustav, someone like James that is doing those kind of blockades for him, it's spicing things up when it comes to NLT and when it comes to Miramar games for him. So we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen there, honestly.
Yeah, some pundits as well as pro players saying that it's about time people are countering things like Northern Lights and the way they play after being on top for so long. And it seems like this might be the time, all things considered, if they're not able to take the championship. But we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have 2 Miramars on the way for PCS6 Europe. We'll see you soon.
A new 7.62 assault rifle, the return to Senok's former glory, and new items hitting ranked games. All this and more as we dive into the update 17.1 patch report. First up, there's a new AR in town. The Ace-32 is a new fall auto assault rifle that utilizes 7.62 ammunition and boasts a high stability for its ammo type. While a bit lower on the per bullet damage side of things, the Ace is highly customizable, accepting muzzle, magazine, and even stock attachments, while accepting up to a 6x scope. The goal with the Ace-32 is a reliable 7.62 alternative to the M4, so pick one up on your next drop and let us know how it feels. Parts of the world may have just pushed clocks forward, but we're turning them back on Sanhok. That's right, after much feedback and a countless supply of rollback Sanhok hashtags, the original small map is a battleground once again. The jammer pack and decoy grenade have been removed as well. However, you'll still find tactical gear and other items that are set to spawn across all maps. Check out the patch notes for a full list. To welcome the original Sanhok back, we've dropped it back into this update's map rotation. However, ranked matches will stay on Erangel, Miramar, and Tago for now. And speaking of ranked, a new season begins this update as well. The P90, Ace-32, M79, and the mountain bike have all been added to the item pool, so grab some new gear and see how high you can climb. There's a bit more to the patch that we haven't gone over here, but as always, you can check out the patch notes for full details. Update 17.1 is here, so pick up an Ace and grab some melted butter, because the Lobster Building and Old Sanhok are back. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Flash'ım var ha. Flash atacağım sağa, bekle.
Bir üstte sanki.
Bir üstte mi?
Üstte adam. Adam üstte. Çatı. Bir can. Bas. Oyna. Hemen solda. Düşürüyor sana, çıkıyor. Helal oğlum.
İçeride kaldı Nehir.
Orada bir tane kaldı.
Kör oldu.
Hitti kanka. Hitti o. Hitledim bir tane.
Helal lan
sana.
Al
Son adam karşına hit.
Sakin.
Sakin.
Koşuyor sana. 2 hit. 3 hit. Helal oğlum sana lan. Helal lan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just conversing and talking about what's coming up here for Miramar. Personally, I'm glad that Starladder over there has taken advice from my Spotify playlist and included some bangers in some of those highlight videos as well. That's the kind of music that I drive to, Frost. I know that you don't drive, and if you do, you usually crash. So that's good to see. But if you were, what music would you listen to, Frost?
The best kind of music, of course.
Okay.
The ones who, it just makes you forget about everything else, and that's why I kind of crash into stuff.
Okay, fair play. Never mind. Let's move off of that. And I know in Denmark you don't drive cars because they're too expensive. So let's not talk about that, Toby. Moving on, Miramar is on the cards here. And so far, so good. We can take a look at the overall standings that are coming up as well. It was no movement, really, for Entropiq in terms of the overall points. But look at that. FAZE and Northern Lights now on 181 points apiece here, Toby.
That is very much within striking distance for two high-caliber teams that are playing incredibly well right now. And for Entropiq, I mean, one thing is you have yourself a bad game, but you are hoping, you're praying that when you don't have a good going, the teams that are chasing you don't either. Believe me, if there are two teams that are harvesting off of your bad performances, Northern Lights got themselves 24 points off of that game, and FaZe managed to get 16. They are chasing as best as they can, and honestly, I don't think Entropiq will get more chances. Like, they need to get 5 points per game from now on out if they want to maintain this lead, because these other teams are starting to pop.
Yeah, I completely agree. Froz, I think there's a world here now where Entropiq does not feel safe coming into, well, the next games as well as the final day, right?
Yeah, they definitely might be a little bit concerned about it, but at the same time, it's time for them to just shake that off and, you know, just reset the mindset, go into the next game and don't think about this at all. But I think one of the big things is, again, like you have NLT, you have FaZe coming in closer towards them, but they're so close neck to neck against each other as well, that's going to create a little bit of problem as well, because they are going to be fighting each other more and more. They're going to want to take each other out and not care about Entropiq as much, because they are the biggest threat against each other right now, since they are that close to each other. Liquid is a little bit behind, BBL is a little bit behind. Those are not too much to worry about.
Well, Batulins himself said on social media after that first weekend that he thinks that they were performing as the worst team. Obviously, that's an oversimplification, because now they find themselves in 3rd place after what seems like a bit of a reset coming into this weekend. They are looking to try and challenge back to continue their back-to-backs. Let's get to Miramar. Let's get to Hypoc. Let's get to Jurasar.
Thank you very much, guys. We're on to Miramar now. Game number 4 of today's 5 games, and the gap starting to close at the top. Entropiq still enjoy a healthy lead, but NLT and FaZe Clan are nipping at their heels, and it's not even Sunday yet.
No, and the crazy thing is, I was talking about FaZe feeling as if, you know, almost robbed in the late game there. There's potential for an extra, maybe 8 to 10 points to also make up if they closed out that win with a couple more of those kills. So a real shame there. But the big positive coming into Miramar, FaZe Clan currently tracking, at least here across week 2, very, very well on Miramar. So that's a real positive coming in here. I mean, Northern Lights a little further back actually in the pack in terms of the week 2 performance on Miramar, but hopeful that they're able to right their wrongs so far.
So we have roughly a 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock playing path, a little bit skewed towards the west. Places like San Martin will still be within reach, but most of the places on the northeast of the map will require vehicles to get to. Teams seem to have managed to find a place to call home. We don't have any major disagreements, so it looks like, at least for the start of our last 2 games of the day, things are going to be pretty chill. We started the tournament, though, Hypoc, with Miramar being seriously bloodthirsty and Erangel being really chilled out. So far, today's been pretty hectic.
It has indeed. I mean, this is an opportunity, obviously, with the map switch over, a couple of teams to reset, at least in terms of approach here. Obviously, the leaderboard becomes more and more prominent in some of these decision-making scenarios. And typically, obviously, Miramar just play out a little slower in the early game. But with this sort of circle, I mean, there's just so much dead space here. Yes, there's obviously space and compounds to make use of in this circle. Obviously, down towards the south side of Chumacera, notoriously difficult for these later vehicle rotations, at least. So this one could continue the trend, really, from Erangel.
It certainly could. Those hills to the south of Chumacera are some of my favorite places to cast and indeed play on this map.
Really?
Lots of little nooks and crannies. It's really difficult, and when you get into a position where you can play it right and you watch everyone else fall around you because you've managed to get position early, it's satisfying. But maybe that's me in my casual games.
That block of just that 6 kilometer kind of, or at least the 6 kilometer squares down to the southeast of Tuma and the southwest of Los Leones.
Yep.
It's just so difficult to navigate through. It's
really
it's really difficult to set up early and be in a position to pressure some of the rotations coming in, because they are almost, desperation sends. If the circle pulls that direction, I mean, particularly towards circle 3 as well, that's when it becomes really, really dicey. If you're not already there, if you haven't already got one of the few compounds available, once some of these key rotation passes, I'm talking about the roads themselves, are cut out, it becomes so difficult for teams to really find any sort of comfort.
It certainly does. At the end of the day, you need to find a position that is both defensible and you can hopefully get there before everyone else. Maybe that's part of the reason why Miramar has been so hectic. We've had circles where the amount of prime real estate, the amount of priority locations in the center of the circle are limited. The teams know what's at stake. They've got PGC points on the line. They're thinking about the end of the year almost. And one team that's going to be trying to fight back to maximize their PGC points here is a Futbolist. Like, they have not had the greatest start to the tournament, let's be honest, but we've also seen some very, very good fights from them and some interesting, really good individual performance, especially from Odin, who seems to be able to come in as clutch for the team in several situations where we thought they might have lost the fight otherwise. So they can surprise us here.
Yeah, it's difficult really because Futbolists almost embrace putting themselves in sort of these very scrappy positions, right? It's very rare that we see them kind of, I don't want to say using their head, but almost out-rotating, and at least towards, you know, circle 4, circle 5, where they're actively avoiding fights, and I think that's reflected in the results, honestly. It's very difficult to kind of repeat success in that playstyle where they are, I don't want to say rolling the dice or flipping the coin, but they do put themselves in positions where they have to win out a team fight. And if it comes this early on, I mean, at best, they're coming away with, you know, 1 casualty, and then in a position as 3, they have to slow down their game plan. But it's not felt comfortable to watch them so far.
No, you almost get that feeling where you're clenching up every single time. You're going, are they going to be able to do this? And when they do, it looks great, but you just never know for sure. Whereas you get some teams, you watch them fight, and even in a dangerous situation, you think they're smooth as silk and they're fine. Like, you get that feeling when you watch certain teams. You know what I mean?
I mean, for me, it's almost like that. You almost have to split very, very effectively across, you know, that macro emphasis, or just depending on your ability to win out a team fight. To put you in a game-winning spot, it comes down to literally that kind of crossroads decision, and that's where I feel as if Futbolists have really fallen short.
Sure. Well, we'll see if they can hopefully get a strong showing to the closing stages of this tournament. They've still got a little bit, maybe get some more PGC points on the board, of course. If you can consistently get to this level and find a couple of extra results, you never know what those extra points will give you down the line. For now, though, all the teams rotating. Still 4 minutes left here in phase 1. Thunder, the Road to Glory, having a mild disagreement here. We have got vehicles to take them away, but Salik gets tagged and he's forced to stop in the nearest compound.
It's interesting to see this much pressure coming through. Lots of teams already making a mad dash towards it. Again, you want to get towards south side of Tumasera very early on with this circle. Again, especially if you can kind of have some comfort in knowledge, or at least in information back towards the north side. It was initially this pull up from Northern Lights punished by Liquid.
Must not have seen the cars. They were parked a little bit too far inside. Spyro not realizing someone was there. So Northern Lights down to 3. Early doors. Road to Glory crashing into Thunder. They've identified it's not a full team here, and they want to go for it.
Yeah, Hose and Hibako split away from this. Mika almost trying to duck away as well. Going to leave Double in a very, very precarious position now. Still tucked inside the compound. No opportunity for him to retreat here. So whether or not Thunder are just going to give him up, or Double will opt to try and play spoiler on Road to Glory's next rotation.
You could end up playing spoiler here. Imagine Road to Glory thinking, okay, they've all moved out. Now they slowly grab what's left of the loot here. They're starting to move out now. Can Double do something? Or is he just going to sit tight and go, if they don't know I'm here, that's fine. I'll rejoin my team later on. That's also perfectly acceptable. FaZe Clan getting one knocked early. They're going to be able to get them right back up. Not too much water in this circle, by the way, even though it's a big old rotate. Remember, Miramar is a big place, and even though there's maybe 15-20% of the circle people don't want to be playing on at the moment, 25 if you include the city of Los Leones, most players are going to be able to find somewhere to stay.
No way, man. I mean, I saw it pop up. I was like, was that the knock that just came through? God damn, that was so far.
How? I mean, in my games, it looks like that, just minus the knock bit. How do you even measure that? Oh, no. Did I mention I hate the Murado? My least favorite car in the game. I appreciate it can go fast, but on anything other than tarmac, Oh, can't stand it. Excellent headshot out of the vehicle there from Odun. We were talking about him just a little while ago. Unfortunately, Nailup is there for the trade, and as a result, Futbolist are going to lose one. Next circle. Still got a while off that just yet. Taking a look at SKADE, who are a little further out at the moment, and Sakura Zensen, who are coming in from the north. I don't think either of those teams is going to come into any major opposition. Everyone's really clumped up in Chumacera and to the east of Chumacera, banking on the circle going back north. That will happen in Phase 4, but there is a world where we go south, and Phase 4 only has a limited amount of a rebound. REGNUM taking a look now at potential invaders as we check out Nailup on Odun. There we go. He's there. He got the drive-by done, and crucially, his teammate is back up.
It's come through as Road to Glory. I mean, they have lots of space to work with over on the west side here, but have to really see if they can get themselves towards a position to bank on the circle 2 and have good access towards the center of it. I mean, the cluster of teams towards Chumacera right now really concerning. If it does bounce back either north or northwest, have to keep our eye on that.
Team still playing guessing games with the circle. Phase 1 is about to close, though, so we'll get a little bit of clarification later on. T-Bone must have heard these vehicles coming out. Is he now going to move away? He is, before any sort of fighting comes in. Let's find out where Phase 2 is going to go. Ooh, it's a 3 o'clock hard shift. Los Leones is in here. Suddenly, NAVI are smack bang in the center, and all of these teams that have been clumped up on the east side of Chumacera, everyone is going to be moving. This will be chaos.
So yeah, I mean, there's only really 5 teams set up comfortably so far inside this, so it's going to be a mad dash. We already talked about, obviously, how concerning that congestion towards Chumacera was. Now, there are very few paths into this circle, Joro.
This is, yeah, the sort of 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock sector of this circle is going to get very, very crowded with teams coming in. If anyone tries to go south, then you've got Heroic, you've got Road to Glory, you've got ENCE. It's all coming down to timing, and 2 teams that have exactly the same timing right now are FaZe Clan and Team Rage. Mitrailius and Gustav, this is a very tenuous agreement to keep driving here. We're trying to work out who's going to be switching seats first. Mitrailius has a little bit of a shot. FaZe Clan will delay their rotation to allow Team Rage through.
But, I mean, there's more teams stacked up on the south side here. Heroic actually do hold on to that edge of the circle as well. BBO in transition will engage with HOWL. A little bit of jousting here, and Tusta will be flushed out as a result. See BBO actually heading towards the rest of HOWL's formation here, with FaZe setting up just towards the west of it. So if any damage comes through, it's going to force BBO a little deeper into the circle.
And that might not be a bad thing, depending on where Phase 3 pops, right? It's the problem is BBL are still kind of on the edge. That you don't want to be reliant on a hard shift, especially not when your vehicles are smoking. You're in a shack on Miramar. That's always a bonker position to be in. But we'll wait and see what happens next. We have had an eastern hard shift. We could end up with a western one, moving into Phase 3-4. On board now with Sakura Zensen. Now these guys are on the north side of the circle. They've got Thunder for company and Northern Lights close by, who are on the northern fringes of Los Leones, happy to not play in the mix of things, like properly in the thick of it in phase number 1. As we know, they're going to play edge and come in a bit later.
So all this congestion now moves towards the southwest side. A couple of teams actually, I mean, notably Sakura and Northern Lights wrapping towards the north, but Heroic, they're pretty early on. Get themselves the warehouse to hold on to for the time being. I mean, HOWL obviously conceding a casualty as well. As not really going to be any foot threat from the northwest at least, but Heroic's next move, I mean, if this warehouse isn't in the circle, is it's going to be difficult, because with SKADE, Entropiq, REGNUM, and Futbolist all over to the east, no real good pathing. Once again, the pathing is concerning here with the next circle shift.
Now into Los Leones. This is always such a tricky situation. I mean, Hypoc, you know better than most people. Going into a city, relatively easy for teams, but getting out of a city, significantly less fun.
Exactly. Northern Lights looking to punish Sakura here. You actually get away relatively unscathed. I mean, Hyman and Tech is still in the thick of it right now, but Northern Lights didn't really have a solid setup to punish this rotation. Tekkas could be the one to fall here, though. Yeah, the damage from Batulins comes through. Again, Hyman not really in a position to respond onto that either.
Next circle now popping. It's going to be a donut. Okay, so no hard shift, no further hard shifts. I think most teams are going to be breathing a sigh of relief here. Northern Lights, they're in Los Leones. They need to make it out. They also know they've only got one other team for company, Sakura Zensen. I think they will be fine. SKADE find themselves in a reasonably tight but technically four-way split in the middle of the circle. They might want to start thinking about defending those angles from a closer position in the near future. NAVI as well are split 2-1-1, even though they're not too far away. But Example doesn't want to get cut out on the wrong side of the road.
Here is actually a favorable shift towards this southwest with all the teams that are stacked up here now. Road to Glory actually find themselves a little bit of respite on the inside here. ENCE with a little bit of space down to the south, but Team Rage and BBL still have to find their way in. Liquid now looking to put some pressure onto FAZE as they make further moves into the circle. Not really too many opportunities for them in this part of the circle. It's looking like open terrain they're going to have to settle for.
It certainly is. HOWL now moving up against Entropiq. That initial knock actually onto Evas, that's from REGNUM CARYA, by the way. That could end up being critical. Evas had the position where he could hold HOWL off onto the right-hand side. And unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. The rest of Entropiq are looking to try and push in. Ruin will be able to go in and confirm. QB's only got seconds to res Evas. I don't think that's possible, but HOWL are now on the back foot.
Oh, indeed. Again, a couple more teams looking to reposition here. Entropiq already, I mean, Evas falling here. QBE and Nailup still looking to actually find this second knock here. And actually, I think, yeah, the molly will catch it. Elsewhere, 80 actually finds Lookarooks with a nade.
Only Eski on the outside of the building. Very separated from Ruin, who I think is on the other side, inside the window. Entropiq, Lookarooks down, trying to stabilize here before aggressing. They feel like they could win this fight, but the amount of third partying and the amount of sniping coming in just makes it a little bit less certain. Elsewhere, we've got Thunder trying to move up against SKADE. SKADE, remember, they were reasonably split holding out this compound, but that fence on the outside, take a look at the terrain here. It's so flat. There's so little hard cover. For Thunder to make any progress, they're going to need a boatload of smoke for everyone to crash in vehicles. It is tricky being out in the open like that on Miramar without a car nearby.
See, actually, what I mean, expected a few more kills to come through from the circle shift, to be honest with you, with how stacked up this was. It looks like Entropiq and HOWL the only two that really look to go toe-to-toe here. QBE bleeding out. Nailup finds himself in a 1v2 situation now. Again, he's been good for it previously. He's going to be able to find this. The door swings open. Actually finds the first knock. Esqui falls, but Ruin good for the trade there. And Entropiq out in 16th place again, leaving it open here for FaZe and Northern Lights to close this gap once again.
That is very, very big indeed.
And FaZe in a good spot, Joro.
Yeah,
very good spot.
center of the circle. Entropiq out in 16th. BBL coming in with the third party. Molotov to start things off onto Eski. He goes down straight away. Ruin now looking for a way out. Not sure he's going to find one, sadly. BBL continuing to apply on the pressure and forcing Ruin into one portion of this compound, slowly squeezing him out.
BBL looking to be the victors here on the back of Entropiq and HOWL scrapping it out. Ruin, 2 kills on the board. See if he can do any further damage to BBL. Again, notoriously difficult to push this building. Ruin actually thought he'd swung the door open there, but catches his own flash. Not going to be too detrimental here. Actually, as the push comes through.
Closing the door as well. Insult to injury there. Gets the first, can't get the second. And the trade comes through. Ketpa goes down, will be immediately revived. BBL now claims sole ownership of that compound. Elsewhere on the south side of phase 4, not quite in, we've got ENCE and Futbolist still going on. Remember, Futbolist lost one early. They've dug their heels in here, and they're still continuing to hold out, but it's against a full 4-man ENCE.
Actually, Rustamar still getting the better of Gluttony there. I feel like Gluttony had the drop on him. Futbolist again lacking in this team fight here. Lyron and Nailcop, the last two to deal with here. Tixu is downed, but I don't know, ENCE are going to reset early here or try and close this out with the numbers advantage.
Tiksu is in a revivable position, so the longer this goes on, the more ENCE can reset and make it a 4v2. Lyron may be feeling like we need to see a little bit of risk-taking as a result. Unfortunately, the grenades not going to be able to stop him from doing that. Only Nail Cop left.
Heroic actually positioning themselves ahead of this. They want to gatekeep. They want to clean up after this, potentially. And the longer this goes out, yes, ENCE have an opportunity to reset, but the more dicey this gets with T-Bone and Beamy looking to set up a little bit of a trap here as the circle will force ENCE further north.
Heroic have to, well, cross the road to third party this, but it looks like they're happy to do that with Futbolist down. Page finishing that off.
I'm not sure with where Page has got to here. I mean, ENCE are going to be forced east. They should read this that Heroic have come across the third party.
Yes.
But Page, whether or not he can catch... I mean, it's uphill here and the terrain makes it very, very difficult. But if you can catch any of this information... Yeah, I think T-Bone and Beamy just missing this opportunity. The fact that they had to deal with that member of Futbolist kind of being the deciding factor there.
And Page not having the greatest time being spotted by two different teams at the moment, although fortunately Heroic have been thrown a very interesting circle indeed. It's a 7 o'clock hard shift, almost as hard as it can get, meaning Heroic now can gatekeep essentially ENCE crossing the road. This is going to be tricky for ENCE to move in. If they go too far east, they run into Sakura Zensen. So I'm not sure where that's going to go. In the meantime, though, NLT and NAVI, a fight that these guys have had many times before, is going to be for the battle of the north side of the circle. And they are both very far out right now.
Oh, indeed, is looking really what Heroic's next move is going to be. See Northern Lights and NAVI here with a little bit of a trade-off, but way outside the circle. NAVI in the gatekeeping position. Northern Lights only has 3. It's going to be difficult for them to make anything work from this position. ENCE do actually, well, at least Tiksu spots out the position of Heroic here. A little bit of damage goes through, but not just eluding him.
They have to keep fighting for it, though, because at the end of the day, ENCE are the ones who have to go into circle. Heroic are just waiting for them. They've got the high ground. What can they do with it? The utility so far not working out for them. Northern Lights eliminated. Team Liquid third partying on that NLT NAVI fight. So we're not going to see a back-to-back or anything like that. What a ridiculous grenade from Page. The triple bounce onto Tiksu there. That is most delightful stuff. And Heroic now are looking to tighten the screw.
And the problem being Rustamar was picked off, way disconnected from the rest of ENCE here. That was by Road to Glory. So it's kind of been the green light here for Heroic to engage. The damage comes through. Nookie going to be flushed out immediately. Squeaky, 17 HP. Nothing left to do there. ENCE eliminated in 11th place. Great clear up by Heroic.
Yep, solid stuff. All 4 alive, evenly distributing that damage as well. That bounce on that nade from Team Liquid to try and come back towards the rest of Team Rage. Liquid here getting caught out outside a little bit. Looks like there's only 1 left alive. And in the meantime, we've got NAVI now, SKADE right next door to them, looking at Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, REGNUM actually looking to wrap back around on the north side. NAVI as well, now that they've dealt with Northern Lights, have a little bit of space to work with, but it's just Clib left here for Liquid. I mean, whether or not you can even find a kill point before falling, it's actually Apocalypse with the backstab.
REGNUM here, I want to say playing the smart play. By wrapping back around north like this, they're almost the last team to engage. They know that there's no one behind them. And if someone does wrap up behind them, they'll probably need vehicles to get there fast enough, so they'll hear them coming. We'll see what REGNUM are able to do if they want to keep pushing into NAVI or whether they're happy with the compound on the edge of the circle. We're watching NAVI right now. They need to go into Team Rage. I think it's an opportunity for REGNUM, but with that circle, they might want to prioritize getting in and gatekeeping from there. BBL looking very happy. Heroic looking very happy. FAZE have got a nice edge position as well. Everyone else is struggling.
That nade was perfect. Bang on the money here. Again, NAVI, lots of ground to cover now. FAZE set up here to potentially gatekeep both NAVI and SKADE, actually. I mean, or at least force SKADE south. But it's not looking any safer down to the south side either.
Well, yeah, it's a bit crowded there as well, isn't it? not sure what else they can realistically accomplish here, because you've got Sakura Zensen down south and Road to Glory with the inside position on both of those teams. Road to Glory needs to read this as a fight between multiple teams and needs to make sure that when they get the first knock, they don't all go gung-ho and all guns blazing on everyone, because if they do that, a completely different team could end up ruining their day. They have to take it slowly. They grab the points one at a time, try and figure out when the proper end of the fight is. Do it calmly. They should be good.
SKADE actually creeping closer and closer. Hyman will fall now, and that should be the catalyst here for SKADE to force their way through. Only 3 kills on the board, but an opportunity to find a couple more onto a recovering Road to Glory. The nade prep comes through, but actually Instinct gonna find this knock here. Proned in the long grass here. Finally, the trade comes through, but Jempty pretty low down, Nowick as well.
REGNUM moving in to BBL, but Code Margo getting a beautiful double. Barely any spray transfer. They were almost behind each other there. Apocalypse now coming in a bit late. Sees multiple members through the smoke. Imagine running through the smoke and seeing 3 members at once of the opposing team. That is rough.
Let's see if BBL can come out of this still 4 strong. That's going to be huge for them with the compound control they have.
Oh, yeah. That'll be good. That's Road to Glory eliminated, although they do manage to get a placement point off the end of that. Fex, unfortunately, on the barbecue, and that's FaZe Clan 1 down. Now, they're on 185 points. There's still 3 of them left alive. Problem is they've got the low ground position against SKADE now, so even though they're in the top 6, they want to try and make even more out of this game.
Do indeed, and this was the one to do it with how rewarded they are for that early positioning. SKADE actually still survive as 4. FaZe will have to now peel away as 3. The SKADE will drift down to the south, try and deal with the remnants, of Sakura. First damage comes through. No knock just yet, but Jempty will finish that one off.
They have to know that there's no one behind them immediately trying to third party. In theory, looking at the circle, you'd be worried about FaZe moving in, but FaZe, the terrain doesn't really suit them immediately coming down to support SKADE's push onto Sakura Zensen there, so that's why they could peek that ridge so confidently. Heroic and Team Rage now in a fight. They're so good. 2 in a row now from Heroic, and Laza is struggling.
And dealt with that. Heroic now racking up kills, being the victors of the South. Actually, Beamy's still a little bit disconnected, so he's going to have a decent understanding of how this circle is laid out right now. SKADE taking a while to deal with Salty. Again, with this next circle post, they want to make sure that he's dealt with quick enough that they can shift their focus towards the next rotation. Actually, Jempty going to be knocked again, but again, the trade comes through quick enough where the res shouldn't matter.
And Pixelic moving on in a vehicle that can only be described as a contestant in a local demolition derby. Not sure you ought to be driving that too much further, mate. 3 wheels partially or completely destroyed there. But SKADE are still 4 strong, as are Heroic, as are BBL. In fact, FaZe, with 3 players left alive, is the only team that isn't at full capacity right now. We're setting ourselves up for one hell of a finish between these squads.
Yeah, AC going to make a mad dash into the circle, try and get some form of cover with his vehicle. The smokes go down nice and early, but BBL are going to have a good idea of exactly where FaZe are going to be forced to rotate into. And Heroic actually down on the south side. They've got a wide split here, ready to greet SKADE. You can see where the edge of the circle lies. It's not favorable at all for SKADE. They've definitely got to find a knock or an opening, a bit of damage, a headshot or something to try and navigate their way in. Well, like I said, Heroic is spread so thin that, in terms of damage limitation, the setup is great for Heroic.
They've got an Orm. How's that? I reckon that'll help just a little bit. Nowick with the headshot onto Diggory to put him down to start off that engagement there. And Heroic are still to their west, FaZe to their north, but suddenly everyone's respecting SKADE's position just that little bit more. FaZe, in fact, coming under attack from 2 different places, which means SKADE could actually turn all of their attention to Heroic now, but they need to recognize this very quickly.
Correxy. She finds an opener here as well. Heroic 8 kills now, potential to make it 12 just by the end of this here. The molly is fantastic. Ibby going to be knocked off of that one, and now with the blue pressure in Jempty, actually does come forward, finds it, but the trade is good. Corexy counters that immediately. Code Marco actually going to be trying to steal away some of these kill points from Heroic.
Ibby bleeding out, but just about inside the circle. SKADE still 3 players strong. They have had 8 kills this game already. That's CARYA out of the game. BBL helping with a bit of a third party. BBL have got something like 50% of the entire circle as far as control goes, and they've still got 3 players up. No team is intact. They're all doing damage to each other. And right now, from a positional point of view, it looks like everyone has to push towards BBL.
God, Ibby finds Beamy as well with the headshot there. Kepper finally dealing with FAZE, but Heroic now just one standing as T-Bone here trying to still put up some kind of defense. Actually finds the knock onto Ibby completely blind with a wild spray there. Even Pixelic, the last man standing for SKADE.
And now that means there's 1 player standing for Heroic, 1 player standing for SKADE, and 3 for BBL, who are happy to start descending on this position. You can see them slowly wrapping around. They've got about half the circle. Code Marco has an angle onto T-Bone, but the car is in the way. His position will be given away now, and Smash finishes off SKADE. It's a 3v1. T-Bone goes down. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And BBL Esports, with 19 kills, picks up an absolutely humongous win.
That is a massive game from BBL. Again, great control in the end game. No team really able to pressure towards their position. Couple of favorable shifts, yes, but that compound control, initially the defense, like I said, going to be key if they could keep 4 up from that crash. And they absolutely did. They converted it into a win, Jaro.
4-way heavyweight boxing match going into the end there, with the teams giving it their all, but BBL come out on top. For the penultimate time today, let's head back to the desk for that breakdown.
Ooh, what a game here. BBL absolutely soaring through this one, getting themselves plenty of kills to boot. I've got Froz as well as Toby here. Go on, Froz. I see your little smile. I know you're happy. Go on, talk to me about BBL.
You know, BBL, they were smashing this one out for sure. 19 kill win. But what a game from them. Honestly, them holding down that compound was so important, considering that they got those circle shifts on top of them. Holding that breach from REGNUM, but then also towards the end game, how they were just taking control. They were starting to rotate out on the north side, trying to get those angles going. It was a little bit risky, but they knew that was what they needed to do to be able to win this game. Putting pressure, putting the teams towards each other instead, and just forcing them to fight each other. Meanwhile, they're just picking them apart one by one on a distance and just grabbing all of those points. It was wonderful to see from them.
Yeah, very much so. A great advantage point here to be able to take out the rest of the teams. Importantly, whilst we take a look at the highlights here, though, Toby, Entropiq out early with, I think, only 2 kills.
It's a low kill game again, and I said it coming into it, it wasn't going to be the last one for them. Didn't expect to see it right after, but again, I mean, we talked about it as well, right? It's about the teams like recognizing Entropiq out early and thriving off it, and they did, like pretty much all of them did once again. But to go back to BBL and how they got the win, one thing is, like, after they got to the compound, it was pretty clear cut what they had to do, but to me it was the approach to the position itself, because that actually was heroic. Entropiq, sorry. It was Entropiq alongside HOWL, because that fight prolonged for as long as it did. I mean, BBL were in a weird spot where they couldn't push down into heroic on the southern side because they kind of had the warehouse locked down, but also they didn't feel like pushing into the compound that we're seeing here, that they then ended up taking control of. But because the fight prolonged, they were pretty much given an extra, you know, normally that third-party opportunity is maybe 10-15 seconds for you to commit to it. That was a 2-minute window because it stalled out for so long, and by the end of it, they went, okay, great, now we make the play. I feel like BBL were actually too, hesitant. Had the fight been over faster, but because it prolonged for as long as it did, they were blessed with an additional opportunity to get the compound.
Yeah, not too bad. As we continue to narrow down, though, in this game as a whole, very open areas to have to work with. Heroic, for all intents and purposes, actually, I'll stick with you for Toby for this, because they were playing the south side really powerfully. It's just a little bit of a shame that they don't quite round it out.
I mean, 2 games ago in their win, we talked about how you must always try as best as you can to set yourself up to your playstyle that suits you. Heroic had a chance when BBL opted to make the rotation to be the first movers into the circle, but they said, you know what, no, that's us playing center. We don't like that. Let's allow for everyone else to wrap through, stay on the edge, and then just start vacuuming. That's what they did. They took out ENCE, they took out multiple teams on the southern side, spread out, and then by the end of it, I think they were A, spread out a bit too thin, B, there were simply too many players around it, but still second place with that 15 kills is amazing.
when they're rolling, they are rolling. 15 points come in for them, but as I said, BBL 29 points. A massive game for them. We were hoping that maybe they would have the step up here today to try and contend with that very, very top spot. And this, almost 30 points in one game for us, is just massive.
It is indeed massive, and I mean, BBL, they have been playing really well lately, and time after time we see them coming on here and they're putting up those numbers on the board, making sure that they keep themselves towards the top. Coming into today, they want a shared second place, and I mean, with a game like this as well, like they started to fall off a little bit, you know, a little bit behind, but with a game like this, I think they're gonna be there contesting with FAZE and NLT now towards the top. And of course, can't forget Heroic. They've been making a massive push throughout the whole weekend here so far, after having a very terrible weekend, the first weekend.
Yeah, definitely urgency is the name of the game at the moment, and I think some of these top teams are so used to are able to thrive in it. Let's take a little bit of a look at how Heroic are able to thrive in that heat.
And I think they can make a comeback later on the tournament with that playstyle.
Now, there's words from Ivers here, who has already been popping off throughout the tournament, but I know, and every player knows on this battleground, that Heroic are very capable of turning up the pressure at the end. And Toby, we have seen that game after game now, especially after that victory that they were able to accrue on Erangel.
Allow for them to get any sort of momentum going their way, and they can farm as good as anyone else in the world, and they're proving it. They're proving it today. They proved it yesterday as well. The scary thing is, once we get to the Heroic, they can do this throughout longer tournaments, right? I mean, the 30-game tournament that we're in right now, not expecting anyone to be able to like max out every single game. To me, it's amazing to see Entropiq having done for so long, but now starting to fall off. That shows that even a 50-point lead can sometimes be impossible to maintain control of.
Yeah, and of course, for us, one of the standouts from this game, CARYA doing a lot of work down towards the south, putting on a lot of pressure against all of these teams, trying to jostle for position, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, for now, he's been on the team for about 6 months' time, and it's great to see how he's been thriving on that team itself, how much impact he has on that team ever since he joined it, like straight away. And it wasn't just, you know, in the start, it's been keep on going time after time. They keep on doing good things together with CARYA. And I feel like that is such a key play. One of the new kids on the block here that is showing up big time. And I mean, he's just starting off here right now. And I think he got a lot more to learn and a lot more to show us.
Yeah, I think the first kind of proper exposure that I had to CARYA was basically a stand-in. I think it was actually fully for Entropiq back when we were watching him at ESL PUBG Masters. But anyway, yeah, just amazing performances here on Heroic for him. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, it is one more Miramar for today. So we'll see you soon.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
NAVI, Heroic, BBL, and NLT so far able to get themselves chicken dinners on the board. Our teams at the very top of Europe are striking back here for our penultimate day of the tournament. We can take a look at the standings now and get up to speed with what's going on. And oh my days, BBL jumping up, and they are now... Frost, the past 2 days, BBL been rocketing up this leaderboard.
I mean, time after time, they just deliver when it's needed. And I'm actually a little bit surprised seeing how well they've been able to handle the situations time after time, being able to rack up those counter points, because a lot of times they've been putting themselves into a situation that is not optimal, but they're always able to squeeze out whatever's needed. And now, 191 points. They surpassed FAZE, they surpassed NLT.
Yeah.
There's only one more for them to chase up to now.
No, definitely. I mean, Toby, when you look at them, I think they've done a brilliant job of integrating Quetper as well as Thunderlost into the roster. But when you look at Smash and Code Marco and how powerful they were on the previous BBL roster, they're still leading the charge and they're blasting people.
Oh, they're phenomenal in all aspects of the game. Their early game rotations and again, I mean, trying to take positions that aren't usually contested by many other players to kind of play and survive through that mid game without much competition, to then just go all in late game. To put things into perspective for viewers out there, I mean, with how much we've been talking about the lead that Entropiq has, if we, and I know a 19 kill win is a tall order, despite BBL making it look easy, if we just copy past that last game's result into the next game, BBL's in first place.
Yeah,
that's how close it is. That's how close it is.
And I don't think anybody would have realistically expected that from coming into today, at least, right? Or at least even, I guess, coming into yesterday, even considering where Entropiq was and the cushion that they had available to them. But now that is being chewed away at here for us. And to be quite honest, I'm a little bit worried once again for Entropiq. I mean, they've not really had a good 2 games. I think it's going to be hard for them to power through in this next game, considering that there are teams charging up behind them. And when BBL, when FAZE, when NLT are feeling it, they're really feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the kill points, though, Entropiq is still far ahead of anyone. FAZE is the one who's closest to them. But at the same time, BBL is racking up all those placement points, and they're doing a well job doing that. And they know that, okay, if we get those placement points, usually the kill points, they will come with those placement points itself. It's not a matter of either where they're getting the points from. They know that no matter how they do it, they're going to be able to rack up the points. You can see here, of course, 5 chicken dinners for BBL. That's why they're getting so many placement points. And they're doing a good job when it comes to the killing as well. We saw that here in the previous game.
Yeah, they are willing to take the crown here at BBL if they continue on this trajectory. And again, you know, we've said it before, NLT, they are constantly back-to-back champions, but we may be crowning a new champion here throughout the rest of this tournament. It's time to get into our final game of the day, though. Will Entropiq survive in this game? Let's get to it.
Let's find out indeed. The onslaught from the chasing teams is relentless. And going into the final day, it is all but certain. There was talk last week of Entropiq making it almost a formality by the end of day 4, for example. Absolutely no such talk here. The competition is fierce here at PCS6 Europe, and we are here for match number 25, the final Miramar and the final game of the day. Hypoc, I cannot wait for this to get started.
This is absolutely crazy. BBL now 3 wins on week 2 so far, and I mean, what a turnaround for again to be in a position where, I'll be honest, I don't want to say you write them off after week 1, but they weren't in contention. Now it's actually so close with how big that lead from Entropiq was, and we were talking about you know, last weekend the potential for a fumble, but it would have had to have been a monumental fumble from Entropiq. It's left the door wide open here, and there's a couple of teams that have really taken advantage of that.
Look, all Entropiq had to do was stop accelerating. It's not like, I mean, I suppose it's a blunder. When you're 50 or 60 points ahead, you can afford a couple of bad games, but at the same time, I feel like Entropiq have had all of those now. It's game on. It's time to get the game faces on. I don't think they can afford any more casual 16th places. Well, I think they've had their quota.
The crazy thing is, on a game-by-game basis, BBL and Heroic are basically doubling Entropiq's performance so far in week 2. So
they're eating that lead.
It has really reduced that gap massively. I mean, BBL actually currently right now trending 11.3 average per game, which is just insane.
Yeah, it's huge, and they're on course to overtake if Entropiq can't stem the flow. So in our map 5 for today, we've got west of San Martin, center circle to begin with. Relatively chilled out. There's a view of ENCE, a little bit of water, which is a rare sight on Miramar, I have to say. Chilling out by Oasis here. That's a beautiful view. That's the retirement village.
It's a shame. It's a shame we don't finish up here more often, to be honest.
Oh god, can you imagine like teams wading through the water to cross?
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare. I'd love to watch it.
It'd be like a Venice or Watertown ending on Erangel. It would be everyone moving
no,
at half speed.
You can't say that. You can't say that. Is the worst place for the circle to end on Erangel. It is horrendous. That the least amount of Venice endings on Erangel, the better. But
what
Oasis,
the middle island on Erangel, what Toby calls Bermuda.
I'd still take that over a Watertown finish.
You would? Okay.
Yeah.
They're both pretty bad.
Back in the swim meta, those were golden.
Oh, the dolphin days. I remember those. I feel old now. There are people watching going,
yeah, I was gonna
dolphin
say,
days?
yeah,
Swim meta?
what are you talking about?
We've aged, man. We've aged with PUBG, but in a good way. We're back at the pinnacle of competition here, and this is one of the teams that we have seen at the pinnacle today. BBL have just absolutely nailed it in terms of number of points. Take a look at that. Really delightful stuff. I mean, you said earlier, Hypoc, their points per game are scary, very momentum based. If they keep this up, they really are going to be massive contenders at the start of the day tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'd already argued they are with where Entropiq have now, I don't want to say slipped, but almost let their foot off the gas in that regard. Now BBL, I mean, actually, you could maybe roll that down a little deeper as well to a couple of these other teams that are actively chasing. And it really has made this so interesting. And considering the gap, once again, I hate to keep coming back to this in week 1, but there was a real opportunity where we were already talking about Entropiq lifting the trophy. That's how well they were performing.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why is because just for a second I thought someone else was in that car, and I was like, no way. But look, the reason why is because Entropiq, for some reason, they couldn't have a bad game. Every single game they were scoring so many points. So we were basically saying they have one more game, like one more day like this, and they would lift the trophy. But finally, in week number 2, the foot's been off the gas a bit, and they're still in front, to be fair. They still occupy the number 1 spot. Doesn't matter if you're playing well or playing terribly, the best place to start from is number 1. But it's gotten interesting now.
There's Liquid actually trying to isolate Thendalos, and actually he's pulled up here. The stop, actually the collapse comes through. Mexi going to be the one to find it. BBL will suffer an early casualty here. That could be pivotal in terms of continuing their success here, or at least their
fantasy team. Why?
Their streak of destruction.
BBL win a game, and the only player to die is the one I have in my fantasy team. And now he dies at the 5-minute mark. Oh.
That's tough.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
The Ledeska probably grinning from ear to ear, though.
I know, right? Like, never mind. I'll come good in the end. I'm sure I will. Anyway, a couple of teams are very close together at the moment. NAVI giving some serious consideration to the south side of San Martin, and they do not know anyone from Thunder is here. Everybody is being dead quiet.
Ooh, Parko actually does catch Aaliyah. Completely unaware here. The rest of Thunder kind of looking to back him up now, but NAVI, whether or not they're going to be able to recover from this. I mean, they needed to trade that out, or at least be in a position to prevent this reinforcement coming through from Thunder.
The good news is they're very close to the center of the circle. So if NAVI, the remaining 3 players are close together, they will have the ability to wait it out and play the long game, because they're almost smack bang in the middle of zone 1. So they've got time. They just have to work out what they can do. And I get the feeling Thunder are going to be watching all of the exit points from the buildings, checking out where NAVI have got their vehicles parked. Oh, NAVI turning the tables here to try and go on the aggressive themselves.
Oh, actually, double comes through, finds a crucial knock onto Melman. Just Quizzy an example left now. Try and recover this here as Thunder look to reinforce this whole of the compound. Quizzy takes a ton of damage here, and double really actually standing tall here for Thunder. Actually, the nade looks as if it's going to be good. Oh.
Almost ran into it. That was so good. Was he still up though? Mika very, very close by, other side of the smoke. Example gets him. The trade comes on by. All on Quizzy now. Flashbang almost on top of him, and he's forced to retreat.
Mika does get knocked here, double desperate to try and close this one out now. Whether or not Quizzy can even put up any kill points here in the final game of the day. Well, we'll have to wait and see. As we're going to hop back on with Vard here, taking a little bit of damage in rotation.
You just see the floor of that car slowly disappearing from view as he moves on down. Laza won't be able to get the knock there. Navi just about surviving, still back on board with them. Thunder are back up to all 4. So trading, there has been no trading, and sadly there's nothing to show for 3 team members going down. It's all up to Quizzy. What can he do? If he pulls this off, this is going to be something spectacular.
No, he won't.
No. We've set him up. That's all we can do. Unfortunately, that is Navi out of the final game of the day. Still 5 more tomorrow, of course, to maximize that points hold. Navi currently sat in 8th position there, as you can see, just 2 points above SKADE. So SKADE have the opportunity now to move into the top 8.
Is REGNUM actually get themselves into Picardo here? I mean, a decent spot here in this circle, but again, the problem being the later they leave it to move up towards this power grid plateau, the worse it's going to become. Entropiq actually here was breathing down their necks as well, Jaro.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice having the 5 stack. It's a little bit tricky to push. You can always go upstairs and trade space for time, and it's looking good, but it's rotating out of here that's going to be the problem. At the end of the day, this is phase 1. Are they in a good position? Yes. Are they in a great defensible position? Yes, but they're going to have to move at some point unless you're expecting 6 shifts onto them, and that's never something you want to count on in PUBG. So with Entropiq there, things could get a little bit dicey.
We could indeed. As FAZE here over towards water treatment again. They've had a much better run of things. I was talking about things being slower that previous game as well. Unfortunate they weren't able to convert that early game kind of advantage in terms of positioning into a win, but again, present in the late game, and that's what you look towards for FAZE, who are also still really, really good in terms of points.
A big part of that as well is present in the late game and keeping your team members alive. There were so many teams, Northern Lights included, where they're so strong in the late game. We know they can take home those chicken dinners, but losing 1 or 2 players early means that the chance of that happening severely diminished. BBL, great at keeping their players alive as well, and that's earned them 5 chicken dinners so far this tournament. They are now within shouting distance of Entropiq as a result. FaZe in the meantime, very happy to take these shots from range. Diggory is on fire. Whoa! Hello, hold the phone. What was that?
I guess another East favoring hard shift here is this is going to be tricky here. San Martin's going to be a crucial factor in some of these rotations coming through. I mean, teams like SKADE, they've got first dibs here, but ENCE, Futbolist, even looking further afield, Liquid and Heroic are really going to have to make a calculated decision to make their way into this next circle.
Look, it's not as wild. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Oh, dear. It's not as wild as the Novo circle. How about that? That's a positive point to take from this, right? At least we have, what, 7 or 8 teams in circle. There were a bunch of teams surrounding San Martin anyway. 8C is the luckiest human alive that no one's seen him and shot at him yet, especially now that everyone is on the move simultaneously. Run, 8C! Run as fast as you can. Everyone gonna be moving in, and REGNUM. Oh, hello. Gearing up for the drive-by, and then the car coming out from under your feet. Not what either team was expecting there.
Nope, I don't think so. REGNUM make the best of a bad situation here, actually isolating Hyman here from Sakura. Again, been some weird decisions in terms of splitting early on from Sakura. You roll your mind back to Erangel earlier on with Hall of Fame, and they're punished once again for it.
Unfortunately, keeping your foot planted on the accelerator can have its consequences there. Luckily, they don't live to suffer from any of them too badly. BBL Esports now moving across the north side of San Martin, looking to come around maybe on the east Or maybe they're looking to move around Hacienda instead. We'll have to wait and see. They're getting shot at by enough people that, frankly, they just want somewhere to call home at this point. They're doing so well. They need one more strong game to close out the day. And right now, they're in hot water. Yeah, that's right. Stop there, guys. There's someone in the warehouse. Solid choice.
I mean, BBL as 3 as well. They're going to be, I want to say playing a little more passively, but certainly cautiously.
You know, FaZe were kind to them there. Imagine if they didn't shoot. I reckon BBL, they've already been shot at by God knows how many teams. They might have gotten halfway to FaZe before FaZe started shooting, and that would have been rough for them. So the warning shots there from FaZe might have saved their life.
I think, yeah, there's definitely an element that's a possibility. Again, I would question whether or not BBL would kind of gamble on a full-on commit like that. They're more likely going to try and ride this out as 3, as I said, maybe not looking to be as proactive or aggressive in some of these scenarios, particularly with only being phase 2. Obviously, there's still a lot of time here left to play in this game.
Sure.
I mean, actually looking towards where they've managed to position to, it's relatively good in terms of the majority of shifts, right? If we're to assume this will center up after a hard shift.
It was quite the hard shift here, very much 3 o'clock. As bad as hard shift as you can get, centering on San Martin and Hacienda. Now we're on board with Team Liquid. They've got the northwest edge of this circle, shooting someone in. Yeah. I think that's a member of Heroic and what I can only describe as Narnia.
Well, I think
there are teams closer to them.
Clip and Vard trying to do their best Ruin, I guess. They saw the highlight clip.
Yeah,
they
right.
want to replicate it.
To be fair, Clip with a bolty can... We've seen a lot of highlight clips from him. And the DMRs, of course. And I would class that as a 7 o'clock hard shift back down to the hills above San Martin and Hacienda. Guess who's there at the moment? Batulins and pretty much nobody else.
Yeah, total control now. And there's going to be so few teams that opt to come back up onto the Power Grid Plateau as well. So Northern Lights with great access towards, I mean, at least transitioning this mid-game position through towards the later stages here. And again, San Martin and Hacienda now are going to be very, very pivotal in terms of these rotation paths for some of these teams looking to come back down to the south.
Total control for NLT indeed, although Batulins will be busy firing shots at everyone from 400 plus meters, I'm sure. Futbolist right behind Team Liquid in rotation. Everybody in their cars once again. Thunder now closest to the center of the circle. They've managed to get a spot just south of San Martin. Noek narrowly dodges an empty car, which is interesting. Riderless horse is a thing in PUBG as they find a brick building. This is on the northeast side of San Martin. Again, easy to get into, hard to get out of. Let's see how well they do.
Actually opting for a wrap down on the west side. I was talking about a few teams maybe not considering making their way back towards the Power Grid Plateau, but Team Rage are going to be the ones that maybe give away this information. Northern Lights are still actively holding this edge. I mean, it's Futbolist and Liquid trailing here. They're almost shadowing Team Rage in rotation.
I think this potentially ends badly for Team Rage if they move much further, and that's maybe why they stop. They don't want to risk going into a team and then have someone come up straight behind them. Someone from Team Liquid probably is spotted because they're still on the ascent on that hill. The Team Rage have stopped, and as a result, Team Liquid, they've also stopped. We've got Vard going through Power Grid towards them as well. And this could end up being a very nasty fight for Team Rage if they don't recognize teams behind them. Oh, hang on a second. Team Rage now engaging Northern Lights. It's no longer Team Liquid behind these guys, by the way. Hypoc Futbolists have come in behind them, and Team Liquid basically allowed Futbolists to undercut them so that Team Liquid are the last team in.
Oh, indeed. Batulin's actually in another one of his information gathering spots, maybe even relaying this information for Lou and Perfectus to come down and greet Team Rage. Now, Spyro actually in a similar sort of spot. Should hear, or definitely hear Liquid now making moves past him towards this compound.
Knowledge is power, and Batulin sees everything that's going on, coupled with Spyro. This is a delightful position for them to be in as long as neither of them get knocked. And to be fair, they're not exactly being aggressive with the shots. They're just grabbing that information and reporting back. I like this. Next circle is about to pop as well. They don't know if they have to move. So we'll find out momentarily. Here we go. It is going to be another hard shift at 2 o'clock, and it's straight onto Hacienda. REGNUM, CARYA, and Sakura Zensen, the recipients there.
And the crazy thing being, Liquid now have actually got themselves ahead of Northern Lights. They're taking a ton of damage from Entropiq, though. Again, stacked up in this vehicle. Whether or not actually, yeah, I was going to say they're going to find anything favorable to hold on to here, but Batulan shouldn't have seen this reposition. Yes, he was in that high ground position, but now Northern Lights have to move.
Yes, and depending on where they choose to go, if Batulan hasn't seen this, he's going to be telling the team to rotate in a similar way, and NLT could go straight into Team Liquid here, but right now it's ENCE versus HOWL. HOWL are the ones rocking up here. They're trading 1-for-1 to begin with, and the rest of HOWL are now moving in. Heroic on the other side as well. It's a full-on three-way fight.
Yeah, the Mad now post up inside. Let's see. No angles presenting themselves just yet. And Rustamar running rampant through them here. Oh, there's a ton of damage and 2 knocks to right through. The Mad last man standing now will show his hand, but no knock comes through just yet, Jorik.
Not just yet, indeed. Mad now needs to think of how he can disengage from it. He must know that it's multiple teams inside. He has to know. ENCE and Heroic are going to be keeping each other occupied while HOWL find a way to stay alive, trying to go for the insta headshot. There is Rustamar. He does connect, but it's not quite a headshot. Squeaky goes down now as well. This is a very messy fight. HOWL opting to go for a revive, actually, onto Tusta. This could be smart, but Rustamar spots them. Flashbang out. I think that bounced the wrong way, though, so I don't think he'll be able to get that. And the Mad is coming through for round 2. Let's see if he gets it. Through the bush. Oh, Rustamar on 2 HP. How many people has he killed this game?
Rustamar goes huge,
No
but
more.
actually then will fall.
dear.
ENCE eliminated in 14th. The instant caster curse coming through there, Joro.
Right.
Who was down on 2 HP, but did a ton of damage before falling.
I've been saving it up. This is the
You've been
final game
banking
of the day. Anyone I mention instantly dies. Oh, wait, there's an anime about that. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at this, because Team Rage are struggling, to say the least. That car is on fire, a couple of rocks and nothing else. And Entropiq have got hard cover and plenty of DMRs.
Indeed, I mean, these previous unfortunate shifts have given Entropiq a great opportunity to gatekeep down the south side of the circle here and deal a ton of damage to some of these teams, now desperately trying to find some sort of comfort here.
Clip and Vard both down, unfortunately, but Futbolist have got the high ground there, which is why Mid, I suspect he was reviving his teammate when he managed to get Clip down as well. Really, really good high ground vision from Futbolist. All 4 of them are alive. Mexi is relatively close, but not really in a position to do anything unless they overstretch. And then you've got Thunder very close by as well, who are looking to sandwich everybody here. So tricky situation for Liquid, down to 1, a little bit at the mercy of everyone else fighting. We'll find out what happens as the next circle. Finally! A little bit of a donut here. But maybe it's too little too late from a hard shift craziness point of view.
That's as close to a center shift as you could possibly imagine. As Entropiq now, yeah, definitely, yeah, making up for the previous 2. Now Entropiq looking to make moves west. They want to try and prioritize the high ground here, but Northern Lights, well, Batulan's in particular to slow things down. We'll find the knock onto Nailup.
Nailup's going to go down there, unfortunately, for Entropiq. They've still got good cover, and I believe they've managed to get a good amount of cover for their vehicles as well. So when they choose to rotate, they should still be able to. But considering the smokes that they're laying down, maybe they haven't got the vehicles to work with anymore. Maybe they have to smoke train their way into phase 5. If that's the case, this is going to be disastrous for Entropiq.
I think, again, it's not a favorable transition at all with Naylor being,
they had cars.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't, if they did have vehicles available, why they wouldn't opt for that right off the bat. I mean, again, it's still risky. It's open terrain here. Northern Lights can just pile on the pressure, but it definitely seems safer.
The only conclusion I can draw is the cars are unavailable for some reason. But Northern Lights here, they're having to move themselves now. Yes, they might be able to get involved in some other fights, but the blue zone is on their backs and they don't want to be caught out. Oh, here we go. QB has got a... Okay, so they tried the smoke method, and now they've got a Murado as well. They gang up in that. They managed to move a little bit further forward. They're right on the edge of the next circle. Uncomfortable, but Entropiq survive for now.
Yes, I think the next stage would have been getting up a little further on the high ground here, but they'll have to concede now to Northern Lights. I mean, with the last few games, Entropiq, just expect them to really dig their heels in now and just try and survive to late game. Try and maybe output some damage towards the east. Maybe find a free kill point here or there.
Salvaging what you can from the bad games is what separates the good teams from the great. Mexi finishing off one member of Futbolist. Will the other three turn around? No, they're going to try and move towards Road to Glory. Instead, Instinct hears these guys coming. Sakura, Zensen, and Road to Glory, though, combined, 3 members of Futbolist go down faster than you can count them, and they're eliminated from today's final game.
Yeah, in the blink of an eye. It's
wow.
A good opportunity here for Northern Lights to finish strong as well. Only 7 points trailing behind BBL. And in a strong position here to actually make moves towards the north. Batulins and Lou will still be conscious of Entropiq trying to encroach on their position, but Northern Lights, it looks as if they're going to dial up the aggression here. They want to get a little more proactive.
Road to Glory and Thunder in the same compound. Northern Lights with the high ground, they can sort of dictate the tempo of this fight, provided at least some of the players are outside. No reason for them not to, because they don't reckon anyone can backstab them, so I am all for this. They also have to rotate south as well into this next circle. Here comes Perfectix with the first knock. Make that the second knock as well. The Org is certainly helping with that, and Spyro will finish off Instinct. This is looking very good for NLT.
It is indeed. Salak just the last member to find here. Actually, Haruzen going to come through, steal one of those. Hibako still positioned inside this red brick as well. Lou got to be careful he doesn't open an angle here for Salak, but Circle does actually pull down, favoring Entropiq once again with this position towards the edge, and whether or not they now look to try and clear it, give themselves a little bit of room to breathe here.
If they go down this ridge and try and clear it, coming back up again might be a challenge. I feel like with the circle where it is, I think they're not going to, but it's NLT. They're capable of anything, and they'd be happy doing it, to be honest. So I don't know is the honest answer. This is a tense one for the teams. REGNUM CARYA, by the way, very happy in literally the only compound fully left in the circle. Everyone else is fighting around them. SKADE have got this shanty town, the stable building just north, and they're next to Hacienda, but they're so far out of circle. Everyone's playing edge now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see actually how far Entropiq look to force the issue here. We'll have to come back to that. There's Northern Lights still trying to gatekeep this compound. Haruzen and Hibako have tried to drift out to the north towards the roadside here, but like I said, have to be so careful not to present an angle to Salak here. Northern Lights want to remain as 4 here. They're in a really good spot, Jaro.
They certainly are. Like, no one else is going to be in these hills, provided they clean this up accurately. Salak is left for Road to Glory. He could end up being the ace. We've also got Entropiq on the south side, so a lot of this rides on whether Lou can spot them. You're watching the north side of the circle right now, which frankly looks like the Wild West. So that's NLT, that's Salak, but we've also got Entropiq on the other side. They don't see NLT yet, but they know someone's there, and they're actively scouting.
Oh, a ton of damage coming through there, but now Salak got the blue damage to deal with, down to just 10 HP. We'll give it up here, we'll concede, but unfortunately not to find that knock. That was the angle I was conscious of the whole time, but Northern Lights unpunished just as yet. No Wick, the last man standing for SKADE, actually with a really good stab there on the first peak, but it's Beamy to clear him up with the nade.
Entropiq move away from where NLT are as well as SKADE get eliminated. We're into the placement points now. They get 1 point, finishing in 8th place. Every point matters now. NLT suddenly have the high ground looking down onto Entropiq, where Entropiq previously could have been the third party. This is dangerous.
Again, presented these open angles. See just how easy it is for Spyro, but nothing coming through just yet. Finally finds one onto Lucarix. The QB and Eva's tagged up very, very low, and this is almost desperation time for Entropiq here.
And both of them are going to have to move. So
look at the circle shift, though.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All the way up north. Sakura, Zensen, and FaZe Clan. Gustav on 1 HP and no vest. Still chucking the utility. Still trying to do damage rather than heal, because he needs to support his teammates there. Those nades are so close to Nixie, but not quite enough. Salty goes down and out now. Let's see what they can do. Gustav finally bows out. This is a bloody and messy fight between these teams.
He is AC desperate to try and find some great damage through the smoke there onto Tekkas, but no knock. The Diggory's still lying in wait here. Just ready to try and clean things up. Another knock comes through from Perfectix onto QBE. A couple more tags coming through. Can they find the killing blow here? It'll be huge if Entropiq can go out here, and Northern Lights can find a couple more kill points in the end game.
The car up. Oh, and that was the move. They were hiding a bit too much, so Lou just removed the obstacles. And Batulins and Lou will indeed eliminate Entropiq in 6th place. Rough place for them to be, but NLT now have to get into circle, and that is far from certain as well. REGNUM CARYA getting pushed into from BBL. Remember, they had the best position in the circle. It's the only compound left. BBL want a piece of it. REGNUM say no.
ENCE will get knocked as well here. Diggory did note that he was kind of lying in wait to make a move here. Didn't want to show his hand too early. Now going to find himself in a 1v2 situation with the remnants of Sakura. Spots a pixel out of place here. Whether or not Tekkas has found it as well. Yeah, he did. We both trade off of information there.
Wow. Very good eyes there. Not quite getting the knock, but knows exactly where they are. Diggory just patiently waiting. This last solo, remember? For FaZe Clan. Tekkas out of the fire from the Molotov. Goes down, but Nixie will get the trade. Sakura Zensen then into the top 3. FaZe Clan out.
Yeah, Northern Lights still 4 strong as I say that. Perfectix will fall here. Northern Lights have made pulled off a miracle here, and even coming through to contest this position on REGNUM. Can they hold down
I don't know
the
how
fort?
they did that.
I don't know
must
either.
have shift W.
Yeah.
Moving in close, the rest of the squad are now up. Perfectix is down at the moment. REGNUM struggling right now. Northern Lights up to 7. Lou gets the headshot onto Mur. That's big.
Slippy.
That's a finish onto Perfectix.
Slippy on the flank. He's going to find an open angle, but they fall through. Tekkas actually finds one to actually help Northern Lights out, and now it becomes a 3v2. Spyro still tagged up. Northern Lights on the brink of double digits here. Just Tekkas and Nixie left. And they're not in the zone. They're not in the zone either, Joro.
They're both behind a rock. They might have a couple of smokes available, but Northern Lights know where they are as well. I think they saw that shot from Tekkas, realized someone else did a bit of damage, and they are just waiting right now. Batulins on the roof. Batulins has a condition where if he's at ground level, it's just uncomfortable. So that's why he's up there. Makes perfect sense. First aid getting chucked out to teammates as well. 3v2. Sakura Zensen can win this, but it would require something pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, Tekkas has got to be the one to make a play here. Nixie just trying to still maintain a little bit of pressure. Batulins, yes, excruciating for him to try and find an angle, but Tekkas is going to be able to find his way into the 2-story. This creates a real threat here because, I mean, it's Lou going to be pulled down to the south side, and Northern Lights actually going to prioritize dealing with Tekkas first.
Yep, that's so smart. Knowing that Nixie is still so far away on foot, focusing on Tekkas, recognizing that one person has come in. Instant Molotov onto the other end of the house. They know exactly what to do here. Moving around, try and get the trade. No trade necessary. That's Tekkas down. It's now a 3v1. Does Nixie deny?
Great work. Great crowd control there from Northern Lights to come out and making use of the numbers here. Now Nixie posed with the impossible, but finds the opener here onto Spyro. It's still doable. A 1v2 presented. He's got a great ridge to play along and control of the star if he can survive.
This is why. Oh, you don't give that up too early indeed, but Batulins will be able to finish it off. 11 kills and the chicken dinner for Northern Lights. A big, big win for them to close out this day. Day 5, match 25. There's still 5 matches left, and they keep the hope alive with a fantastic performance.
That is massive. It really, really great way to close out this day. I don't know, obviously Batulins has been unhappy with the performance so far, but I gotta say it, with Entropiq's performance this weekend, now Northern Lights, you could say I've got a real shot at this. After coming in again, middle of the pack and not really doing anything too impactful in terms of the leaderboard, there are a number of teams that are actively going to close in on the position tomorrow, Joro.
The magic was certainly sparkling, and NLT is saying, don't write us off yet. That is absolutely premature. For the last time today, let's head back to the desk and see what they thought.
I can't believe it, boys. I cannot believe it. I didn't think we'd be going into the last day with it this wide open. After the lead Entropiq had, now it is fizzling away, and Northern Lights gets themselves another win on the board. Froz and Toby joining me. Froz, it's shaping up to be an insane final day.
Yeah, I mean, NLT, again, being able to bring it back here and get himself an 11-kill win. This is kind of almost a record-breaking game, or day, sorry. I'm pretty sure they got 67 points today with this win itself. And, I mean, that is kind of the second most points after BBL's 68-point game yesterday.
Yeah.
So, them being able to push back, I kind of almost counted them out. They were 68 points behind Entropiq coming into today, but now I feel like with this one, with how rough it's been for Entropiq today, they're pushing it back.
Yeah, it's been it's been huge for all of these top teams here who are trying to rally back in these last few moments of the tournament. If you take a look at the highlights coming on in here, Toby, and I mean, Northern Lights, I don't think they even really had the easiest of positions to realistically work with, considering they were coming off the high ground on towards some of these circles, considering how potentially open some of those areas were, but they timed things well, they timed the transitions well to be able to get themselves this victory, I think.
There were a lot of times where Northern Lights had a good chance to engage in fights, but opted not to, and that's what scared me the most. The fact that they said, no, you know what, let's sit back and allow the chaos to unfold without us participating, because that means we can reposition, we can get into it late game. That is incredible to watch them do, because that's what they do. That's how they thrive, especially on Miramar and these open endings, keeping all four alive, as opposed to maybe getting a kill or two with the risk of losing a player. That is, that's their priority, and it's proven time and time and time again to be the right decision to make, and well, it was here as well.
Absolutely, as we get to the closing moments of this game as well. REGNUM here, Froz, I thought they were going to have potentially the winning spot, but it really did get wrestled away from them. I think you can kind of see the level of experience here on the battleground in these kind of high pressure situations, kind of have them stumble a little bit against these top names.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. You know, when you don't have experience, you're not really sure when do we need to push the put the pressure on the teams. When do we actually need to make a move and so on. And that is something that a lot of the unexperienced teams always fall on. And I'm not talking about inexperience when it comes to competitive PUBG, but we're talking about on this level of competitive PUBG, because this is totally different than if you're playing in a qualifier or anything like that. Here, you get punished for every single mistake that you're gonna be making.
Yep, slight movements will change things. With Sakura's Zensen here with a bit of a movement up towards the top. Nice, getting the double digits on the board there. But Perfectix 5 coming in. Hibako doing quite a bit for Thunder as well here, Froz.
Yeah, Thunder has been phenomenal today, honestly. They've been playing well, way better than expected, considering the results that we've seen them being able to put up before. I feel like this is one of those teams, they have the potential. They made this team for this one, and I mean, they're gaining a lot of experience when it comes to playing here against all of these teams. They're starting to figure out how to play it as a team as well, how they want to be taking out the fights against the other ones. But it is a little bit late to come back now, of course, but there's still a lot of PGC points on the line and potentially qualifying for more tournaments in the future to get even more PGC points and perhaps even make it to PGC in the end.
No, indeed. Good to see Lou taking the best player in this last match as well. Of course, if Perfectix had survived Froz, he probably would have taken that spot, but he didn't survive. All right, we have an interview ready with, I think, Code Marco actually joining us here from BBL. They've had a great 2 days. Hello, Code Marco.
Hello.
Happy to have you here with us. So let's start with the questions. So first things first, what do you think over the last 2 days has gone well for your team?
I always have a bad luck on this season for me. This is a bad season for me. I have a bad luck on me, but these 2 days I have a good luck and things going good for me.
Okay, fair play.
I was dying without fighting sometimes.
Patrick?
Yeah, so we spoke a little bit before G-Loot Season 5, and we were talking a little bit about the lineup change you had on the team with 2 new players and a new coach on the team. You were talking a little bit how it was kind of odd for you guys trying to find your playstyle with 2 different kind of playstyles. How do you think the progression has been so far, and do you feel like you guys have found a playstyle for the team?
We have a more aggressive playstyle with new roster. This is a little hard for us. We need better communication, we need better fighting, but everything is good for now for us. We're trying to better. It's good.
Cool. All right.
Sorry for my bad English, by the way. I'm trying to.
Oh, it's very good. Thank you.
It's all good, Marco. I want to ask you a final question here. What do you think has been the most difficult for you and for your team in PCS6 so far?
6 Middle East Africa teams joined us. It's a very different play styles. 6 because it's 6 Middle East Africa teams. This is the most different thing for us, I think.
Okay, fair play. Well, Marco, thank you for joining us. Do you have any kind of final words or shout outs that you want to give?
We love all of them. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for everything.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Marco, for joining us here. We'll let you get on, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Marco joining us there, and as you can see, he has been blasting the lobby, is fair to say. I think we look back into the kind of annals of history here, Froz, and we always look at Marco as one of the most amazing pickups back, you know, when he was incorporated into the roster, and now he's taking kind of fully charge of this roster alongside Smash.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, ever since he joined, it was kind of a hype moment. The moment he actually joined the real competitive scene here itself, and he's been a phenomenal player ever since then. I mean, currently he's basically in the top 10 when it comes to the kills. He's saying that he had a few rough games in the start of the tournament, but we've seen what he's been able to rack up here in the past few ones. That previous 2 games ago, when he got, what, 9 kills himself in that one game, that kind of shows you what kind of caliber he is of a player and what he can actually put up on the board.
All right, and without further ado, let's take a look at that overall board, Froz. Let's take a look at the standings, you know, and see what's going on. Ooh. Because right now, the lead has dissipated. Northern Lights has jumped up to 2nd place and is now just 19 points behind striking distance. But likewise, FAZE and BBL are coming up to that 200-point mark here, Toby. And tomorrow, I don't think any of us would have predicted coming into the second weekend that this is where we would be going into the last day.
I mean, coming into Miramar, we were talking about how there was going to be no room for Entropiq to have, like, I said it wasn't going to be their final under 5-point game, but they needed good ones. To compare it, in the final 3 matches here, they had 6 points in total. Northern Lights had 46.
Yeah.
There was really only FAZE in the hunt coming into today, and now you add 3 teams to it, and not just 3, but 3 of the heaviest hitting teams as of today, with all the momentum going their way coming into tomorrow. I would be terrified if I was on Entropiq.
This is going to be an exciting finish and an exciting end here for us. I don't think we've quite had this dynamic playing out. Of course, we've had, you know, teams like Northern Lights at the top and continuing to sit at the top, but the fact that they are chasing, FAZE is chasing, BBL is chasing after such a lead from Entropiq, this is a little bit unprecedented, I think, for the European region.
This is by far the worst day that Entropiq has had. They 18 points only today, and yeah, as you're saying, like, all of these teams chasing, these are not the teams you want to have chasing you, and you don't want them to be this close when you had that big cushion to work with. But that one is almost used up at this point. At the same time, you also gotta look down a little bit. I'm not saying that Team Liquid or Heroic or ENCE is gonna go up and win and take over Entropiq with only 5 more games to go, but they are still chasing for those top spots as well, and they are equally far away from BBL, FAZE, NLT as those teams are to Entropiq.
Definitely so. So, all right, well, that is that. Tomorrow, the stage is very much set here as Entropiq looks to defend the bastion that they have created up towards the top, and the king of that bastion is NAILUP. 10,000 damage here, Toby.
That is unheard of. That is absolutely insane. Like, that is actually insane.
Okay.
Can
you want to know what's insane, though? The one who's closest is Gustav with 8,250 damage. And then it's Fex with 7,800. He got such a huge lead up on them.
Big gaps, big gaps. I mean, the thing is that can you imagine if Entropiq had a good day as well today, and NAILUP was able to blast out even more? It really does show just how much they did in that first week, as we continue to look at the a bit and dissect a bit more of these stats coming on in here, Toby. But yeah, if NAILUP had more, that would be insane.
Nalab has 12 more kills than second place. Nalab has a bigger spread down to second than some players have in the game as a whole throughout the first 25 matches. That is, I mean, this is insane. This is him playing at another level, and it goes to show, because even in a day like today where things went against him, it was still him. I mean, again, we talk about making those 0-point games into 3-point games. That could be the deciding factor in whether, because that was the deciding factor today, and whether they come into tomorrow with a 2-point lead or 20-point lead. And that could be what gives them the win tomorrow.
I think this longest kill has stood since last week for us, right? It was Fex with this same loadout, with this same kill range.
Yeah, he's keeping that one. I mean, 584 meters. It's a very hard task trying to beat that one itself. Like, you might get a knock, but usually even if you get a knock, you're not going to get a kill on that distance itself, because it's so far away. You're going to be able to crawl into cover and get yourself revived by a teammate afterwards.
I do remember a nice cheeky knock from Ruin today that was quite long, but again, getting the confirmation is all too difficult. And Twire joining us as always here for the Fantasy League and keeping those stats up to date, as Nalab will take, as we say, that #1 spot that we already kind of broke down just before. So very impressive from Nalab, but now that king in that bastion of Entropiq at the very top is going to have to hold down the fort, as tomorrow the Wolves are at the door. We are done for day #5. Tomorrow we find the conclusion of PCS6 Europe, where we see if Entropiq can defend or if the challengers can take the top spot. We'll see you tomorrow.